We're on it now? Yes, good morning, everybody. We have the inmates, please stand and be sworn.
Buenos días, por favor, pónganse de pie, levanten su mano derecha.
All right, raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm to explain to you the truth and nothing but the truth, say I do?
Juro no afirma que el testimonio que están a punto de ofrecer será la verdad, solo la verdad y nada más que la verdad. Díganlo, juro.
Swear the interpreter, please.
I'm interpreter, raise your right hand. Do you swear to go on and that your ability has such ability that is
I do, Olivia Bruce, certified court interpreter.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Corey, court's going to appoint public defender's office in all cases except for extradition and those where there's private representation present.
And bonded out.
And anybody bonded out.
Thank you.
Also,
Muy bien, buenos días a todos los presentes. Le queda asignado al abogado de oficio de la señorita Curry a todos los casos, menos a los de extradición y aquellos que estén representados por abogados privados y los que, bueno, pues ya salieron.
okay, first one, Darius Woods is a charge.
Before you start, Your Honor, Honor Romas on behalf of the state for out-of-state extraditions.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Rebecca
Right.
Corey, Assistant Public Defender. Good morning.
State versus Darius Woods. Javier Marinoleva.
He's present. We'll need the Spanish interpreter, please.
Present.
He also has an in-state fugitive from Putnam County. Oh, I'm sorry, that's this one. He has a local going to jail or even later.
Sir, you're here, you're before the court today on the matter of extradition only. My understanding is that there's a warrant out for your arrest from, where are we? Tennessee on a charge of aggravated burglary. They want you shipped up there. And if you wait, they have 15 days to come and get you. That 15 days can be extended to 30 if necessary. It's the fastest way for you to get back up there and take care of it. You will be kept here until you comply with your complete anything that you have locally. And I understand you have a misdemeanor. And
Buenos días, señor. Usted está aquí presente el día de hoy a razón de una orden o solicitud de extradición. Tengo entendido que hay una orden de arresto de la localidad de Tennessee emitida a nombre suyo por un allanamiento con agravantes. Una de las maneras de poder resolver este asunto es que usted exima el refutar la extradición y tendrían ellos entonces pues 15 días para venir a recogerles, que podrían extenderse en un caso especial de ser necesario hasta 30 días. Pero usted tendría que primero, para que pudiese ser trasladado allá, resolver su caso local, y aquí estoy escuchando que me informan que usted tiene un delito menor aquí por resolver.
Señor, you wish to waive.
Entonces le pregunto, señor, ¿desea usted eximir la extradición para darles a ellos los 15 días o usted quisiera pelear esa orden de extradición? ¿Qué dijo, señor? No lo escuché.
Que yo quiero pelear esa orden de extradición. No tengo idea de lo que está pasando.
Well, I would like to just challenge that extradition order because I don't know what's going on.
What's going on is exactly what I just told you. There's a warrant out for your arrest from Tennessee.
Lo que está pasando, señor, es lo que le acabo de informar, que hay una orden de arresto que emitió Tennessee a nombre suyo.
You're not going to get out of custody until you go to Tennessee.
No le van a liberar acá hasta que usted no sea llevado a Tennessee.
You can either waive and they'll be notified and to come get you as soon as you finish what is known as your local, the United States of a misdemeanor pending, which has to be taken care of. And when you go to court on the misdemeanor, do we know? That's correct. Okay. On the misdemeanor this afternoon? All right, well, I don't know what the misdemeanor is, so I don't know what the charge is, nor do I know what sentence you might get out of this on the misdemeanor. But that has to be taken care of, and once that is done, if you waive here today, Tennessee officials will be notified, and then they have 15 days to come and get you. If you don't wait and you challenge that condition, you have to go through a procedure where you get a warrant, a governor's warrant, and eventually you'll be sent to Tennessee anyway. The entire time you'll be in custody.
Bueno, señor, entonces aquí las opciones, como le decía, es que usted va a estar aquí porque tiene esa orden de parte de Tennessee, esa orden de arresto a nombre suyo, pero va a estar aquí hasta mientras tanto usted resuelva el caso de delito menor que tiene pendiente. No sé cuál es la acusación ahí, ni qué sentencia recibirá usted ni nada, pero hasta que usted no resuelva eso, no se le avisa ya a Tennessee de que usted está listo para que le vengan a recoger. Al usted eximir la extradición, ellos van a tener 15 días, como le expliqué, para venir a recogerle. Ahora, si usted quiere pelear esa orden de extradición, pues el proceso entonces viene a ser que ellos tienen que conseguirse una orden de arresto de parte del gobernador y de todas maneras usted va a ser enviado al cabo de todo ese tiempo a Tennessee, lo único que va a estar detenido hasta que ellos pasen por todo ese proceso para venir a recogerle, pero no le van a liberar.
Do you wish to waive, sir?
¿Desea usted eximir o usted desea pues pelear la extradición?
No, así que me venga a recoger.
I like to waive. Let them pick me up.
Thank you.
Ahora quisiera otra pregunta, si se puede.
I have another question, if I can.
You can ask it. Answer.
El caso del misdemeanor ese que me están poniendo, ¿cuál es la razón?
About that misdemeanor case that they're charging me with, what's the reason for that?
The misdemeanor case, you'll tell the judge when you see the judge in the misdemeanor case, okay?
El juez le va a informar, señor, cuando usted sea presentado ahora ante el juez de delitos menores.
I can't.
Is disorderly intoxication.
Well,
Le informa la abogada de oficio junto a usted que es por haber estado embriagado en público.
And he'll see the judge.
people, the gentleman has said that he'll waive the court will enter the order and we'll proceed accordingly. Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
And then
Gracias, señor. Se la ha llevado allí ahora.
When this is court date on the misdemeanor? I thought they said this afternoon.
You know, we can reset it for Monday because it's after they go to misdemeanor, it takes 2 days to go to county court. So we can
Reset it for Monday as a misdemeanor pending.
Entonces, vamos a ponerle en calendario para el lunes para ver cómo se resolvió y cuál ha sido la evolución con el caso de delito menor, porque a la vez que usted se haya llevado ya a la Corte de Fianzas de Delitos Menores, en unos 2 días aproximadamente ya usted ve al juez y puede que tenga una resolución.
You should be able to, where is he? Is he still here? Okay, see? Okay, let's go. Next case, please. What is this? Marcus Williams, what is this?
He's got 2 cases.
Oh, Loki.
He's got 2 cases. He's got local pending, Your Honor.
Mr. Williams is on Zoom.
He's next.
Mr. Williams, you have from Virginia. Yes. On a charge of
You previously signed up. You previously signed the waiver. He's just we had local pending. We set for March 21st. We let you set for March 24th.
Okay. My understanding is you have locals pending. They're set for March 21st. We're going to reset you for March 24th and see if the locals have been taken care of. I understand you previously waived with regard to the Virginia warrant.
Say that again?
I said, you still have local charges pending. Your date is 21st, and we're going to reset you for March 24th to see what happened with those locals and whether you can go ahead with the extradition situation. Okay?
Yeah, 'cause, can I say something?
I don't know what you want to say, sir, but you can, yeah, you can. Just be careful what you say.
I have brain cancer and I'm sure I have getting no treatment while I've been sitting here. And I've been sitting here waiting for extradition for the longest.
Well, sir, then you have to complain to the warranty authorities. I don't have any authority in that regard. Okay?
Just bringing it up.
Corrections? Can we have the gentleman take a look at 321 on the reset? I mean, 324 on the reset. All right, so good luck to you.
Thank you.
And that's on 2 cases. The second case is out of Spotsylvania County, Virginia. Next one is a motion to quad. Business status. And to the order. That's it on all out of town.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. Who's asking to be heard?
Oh, I said thank you, Your Honor, because that's it for me.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have any locals?
No, I only do the extraditions. Now Nessa's coming on board.
No, any more locals?
That's it, yeah.
Nothing today.
No, you want to stay.
Yeah, we get it. That's what he actually.
See you tomorrow.
Okay.
Some state, no, the in-state. That's what I'm.
Yeah.
And what's the reset date on the in-states? Okay. Mike Hill, the drone, Marchetti.
President, we'll need the Spanish interpreter, please. Aquí, por favor.
Mr. Marchetti, are you?
Buenos días. ¿Es usted el señor Marchetti?
Hey.
Yes.
Mr. Marchetti, have a warrant from Lee County, Florida. They'll be notified that you're here, and they have 15 days to come and get you. We're here merely to we'll advise you of that situation. We're going to reset you for what's the reset? That'd be 8 hours. Excuse me, Madam Clerk. What's the reset on the locals?
Entonces, señor, buenos días. Usted está aquí para que le informemos de que tiene una orden de arresto emitida del condado de Lee. Entonces, ellos van a tener 15 días para venir a recogerle cuando le notifiquemos de que usted está acá presente. Le estamos informando del proceso. Le pregunto a la Secretaría de Actas cuál es la fecha para confirmar si vinieron a buscarle o no.
All right, sir, you'll be reset for April the 3rd.
Judge, can we reset him for the afternoon? It says bond to be set by first appearance. Judge, we're waiting to hear back from the Lee County State Attorney's Office.
Pide a la abogada de defensa que por favor le pongan en el calendario de la tarde porque tiene aquí una nota que indica que el juez de primeras comparecencias tiene que ponerle una fianza en lo que se espera y notifica a que el condado de Lee venga a recogerle.
You want to bring it back this afternoon because of Lee County?
Yes, Lee County, once we hear the response and if they agree to a bond, we can go ahead and have an order signed here and he can post bond and get out.
Entonces indica la abogada que quiere que lo pongan en calendario para por la tarde para cuando reciban la respuesta del condado Lee, si ellos están de acuerdo en que a usted se le ponga fianza aquí, pues le pueden poner la fianza y así usted tendrá la oportunidad pues de pagarle y poder salir.
Corrections, can you bring it back this afternoon?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Let's see what happens between now and then. Otherwise, sir, we'll let you know that the story is later, but you'll still be reset for April the 3rd, unless we take care of action today. Thank you.
Le van a traer por la tarde otra vez, señor, para entonces a ver qué respuesta se obtuvo. De lo contrario, si no han respondido y no se puede resolver nada, la próxima fecha sería el 3 de abril.
Nathaniel Green, I understand, is a bond out,
Yes, Your Honor.
so he's not here. Jamie McGay,
He's present.
Mr. McGay, I have a warrant for your arrest out of Broward County. This is to advise you of that matter. You will be advised of your presence here in Dade County. They have 15 days to come and get you.
So
Okay,
Judge, this is a not in custody case. The state is agreeing to a bond. However, I emailed them to get the name of the alleged victim because they're requesting a stay away order. Can we reset him for the afternoon and we'll go ahead and get that information by then? You can post a bond
on what charges?
on all the charges, Judge. They're agreeing on count 1 to a bond of 15,000, count 2, a bond of $5,000. They're asking for a stay away order from the alleged victim, no weapons of any kind, and standard release conditions, staying out of trouble, coming back to court.
So you want to bring them back to serve with a,
So he can be given the stay away order.
all right, well, I'm gonna, all right, we'll reset them this afternoon.
All right.
We'll see what the situation is at that time. Corrections, bring him back also. Please,
Yes, Your Honor.
thank you. Norman Aramo,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Aramo, I have a warrant for your arrest out of Broward County. There's no bond on the warrant. Possession of methamphetamine is charged. Advising you of that, and they have 15 days to come get you in Broward. The reset date for you is April the 3rd to make sure things move along.
Yes, sir. I was incarcerated at the time that the warrant was issued, but I mean, I guess that's out of your hands.
It is out of my hand. You gotta go back to Broward, sir, and take care of it there.
Okay, so they'll be notified. They'll be notified as of today.
Come get you.
Excuse me?
They have 15 days until, and otherwise we're gonna reset you for April the 3rd in case they haven't come and they got, you know, find out why.
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir.
Judge, can we go?
Excuse me, is there any way that I could get a printout that I was incarcerated in Miami-Dade County up until February 14th? The warrant was issued February 13th.
You have to ask corrections about that. I assume I can give you that. Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. You have a nice day.
Thank you.
Judge, if we can go back real faster, Mr. McGay, he doesn't have the funds for the bond, Judge. So at this point, we're okay just having it reset to the 3rd of April
Okay.
instead of this afternoon. That's Jamie McGay.
I see.
Okay, thank you.
Does he know something is April 3rd?
Yes,
All right, so
thank you.
instead, we're 3. I'm gonna get Mr. McGay. Abet, Abiar,
Yeah, no, they're picking him up today. He's off calendar.
all right, so you'll reset for tomorrow,
No, Your Honor, off calendar.
off calendar. That was correction speaking?
Yes, Your Honor.
What's today's date?
19.
I think that completes the extradition calendar, am I correct? Had a turn.
Stage call.
Lorraine Trevante Ray, who speaks us out of state, out of order, age 12.
What did you call your?
Lorraine Ray. And I understand we have the statewide prosecutor.
Is that for private attorney, Judge?
It's for statewide.
Statewide.
He's not here, Your Honor. We need to pass.
He's not here.
Not yet, Judge.
So corrections, just let us know when you've got him.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty.
Corrections doesn't have him yet. If we could pass the case,
Okay, that's it then.
they're working on it.
Yeah, I'm just sure. Yeah, it's okay.
Your Honor, we need to do Isaiah Pepper, page 3.
Hold on for 1 second. Oh, good. This is the. Okay, must be, is this code? Yes, I think that's warrant. So it's a warrant or it's an AK, what is it, the people's, let's see the other guy, I'm not. Go defendant.
That's clerk. It's a record here.
It's probably go defendant.
This is the one about self-turn.
At a turn,
Correction, there's also an officer here for our case.
okay.
You wanna do,
Want to promote the officer, let the officer promote it already on, this is Isaiah Pepper. Are you Mr. Pepper?
Sure.
Public defender's been appointed, sir. Here before the court, charge. It's got done, got 3 cases. Case not ending in 5621. The charge is criminal listed $1,000 or more. But take back the verse. Which case is the officer here on this app?
He may be a resource officer. I'm not sure, Judge. I have not spoken to the officer yet.
Okay, then let's take them in order then. Isaiah Pepper.
Good morning, Your Honor. It's Officer Hernandez from Miami Police Department.
Thank you. Let me take a look at the form, please. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If we could swear the officer in, I did have a few questions.
You have questions on this one?
I think on all the cases, I don't know if the officer can assist. If we could swear him in.
Madam Clerk?
I'll raise your right hand.
Raised.
Please swear. Please swear.
Yes.
Let's do the other case. You're gonna ask some questions. I don't always.
On all of them.
Questions you have on the criminal charge?
I don't know if the amount of damage is alleged. So I was gonna ask if he knows how much it costs to fix the window.
Okay.
Officer, do you know?
It was over $1,000 from what I was told.
Who told you?
Those are from another officer that the from the initial report.
Okay, do you know?
No.
Okay.
Ms. Corey, you want to say any questions on that particular matter?
Do you know, officer, do you know how the other officer, how they received that number of over $1,000? Was there an estimate done?
No, not that I know of it. As far as I know, no estimate was done. I think it was just verbal.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask you to find no probable cause for over 1,000 and ask you to find probable cause for a second-degree misdemeanor.
Ms. F,
I believe there's probable cause based upon the officer's testimony. It's a store window, reasonable to believe it's over $1,000. If the court's not finding probable cause, maybe the officer can call the victim. It happened back in February, so they probably got it fixed.
well, it's gonna find probable cause.
Okay,
That a bond of,
standard's 2,500.
Mr.
Is it
15,
valid? Okay,
1,500. The next case is, Mr. Pepper has his, 5619. Charges grand theft in the third degree and resisting an officer without violence to his person. Let me read this
I
one.
do have a question for the officer. Officer, do you know the value of the victim's bag?
I do not.
Okay, so then it would be a petty theft, judge.
Petty theft,
Yeah, if without a value.
what's the bond on petty theft?
$150. The officer may want your honor to increase it. I think the officer wanted to be heard.
Sorry, I'm not hearing you. Have to speak to me more distinctly.
I think the officer may want your honor to increase it. I don't know if the officer wants to be heard.
Officer, you want to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor. Apologies, I was just waiting my turn to speak. Yeah, if all possible, in the past 6 weeks, the defendant has 6 reported cases, 3 felony cases with several misdemeanors. The citizens here are terrified, and he's been a nuisance. If I can at least have the bond increased and have stay away orders for 3 locations.
Well, the stay away orders are not a problem. What's the usual bond on petty theft?
On a second degree misdemeanor, it's 150.
Mr. Pepper's homeless. I'd ask for a standard bond.
That bond at $500 on probable cause.
Would you rather do 500 each count? He's also charged with resisting without.
No, that was on the petty theft only. On the resisting an officer without violence, we'll just count $2,000. The next case is trespass to a construction site. Yeah,
I have a question for the officer.
just give me a second, please. Go ahead, Ms. F.
Do you know if there's any signs, no trespassing signs on the building?
Yes, there's several no trespass signs that are easily visible around, and it's secured also by some barriers and cages and fences.
Do the signs say that it's a construction site?
Yes,
Do the signs say that trespassing could result in a felony?
yes.
Okay, I have no more questions.
Ms. F. I'm sorry, Ms. Corey.
Yes, officer, how large is the writing on the signage?
I could not tell you how large. They're probably maybe each word is probably, the font size is probably maybe 2 to 3, possibly 4 inches.
Anything else? for find probable cause on the trespass to a construction site that's on the $3,000.
Thank you for coming in, officer.
Thank you.
Court is all, thank you, officer. The
Thank
court is going to issue a stay away order from Minute Road. That's probably going to be relating to the handbag. I think from 200 East Flagler Street. Not sure whether that's the construction site or the window, probably the window. Okay, Mr. Pepper, don't go around those places. Stay 500 feet away. Don't contact the lady, yourself, or anybody, or through anybody else. Okay? Next case, please. Thank you. Thank you again, officer.
Thank you.
Matt, any reason why these weren't stamped, or you just didn't have time?
I'm sorry.
Any reason why these weren't stamped on the back of the bond commissioner information? You forgive. You forgive. No. Did I catch that first one?
You did.
Okay.
Let's move. Let me make sure.
Let's get the next case while the clerk is getting it very nice.
The next one we have is Trayvon Jones, page 7, number 22. I'm sorry, 23.
Jones. Okay, please.
That's a fugitive hold from Broward, and he's going to jail arraignment next.
Okay. Ramon Jones, is that you, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Jones, here before the court. The arrest affidavit charging possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, possession of cannabis, 120 grams, sale of cannabis, and also possession of a stolen driver's license. Stolen or fictitious driver's license. First, going to find probable cause of all 3 counts. Count 1, which is the firearm charge. What standard on a firearm charge?
Second,
7,500. Would you do a reduction since it was just ammunition, no fire?
$5,000. Possession of cannabis. $2,500. And the driver's license is also $2,500.
just charge it, over 20 grams in count 2, and possession with intent in count 3.
No, count 2, make it 1,000. On count 3, make it 2,500. Now, the driver's license charge, $1,000. Corrections, you got that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so next case, please. Anybody else have a turn?
Yes. Can you put the bond, remember? I did it for you. The last experience you told me about.
Where did I write it?
Oh, oh, you can go to the people.
Your Honor, we have Mr. Lorraine Ray.
Okay, y'all have to wait a second. I gotta straighten something out here.
Mr. Ray is present. He's on page 12.
Good
Good morning, Your Honor. Jennifer Fernandez, Assistant Statewide Prosecutor. I'm on Zoom.
Correct. Responsible? Okay. Statewide prosecutor, present.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
We promote them.
Fernandez, can you turn on your cameras?
Oh, wait.
Yes.
This Mr. Ray? Mr. Ray?
Yes, yes, sir.
Good morning. Just a minute.
Morning.
Here for the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jennifer Fernandez, Assistant Statewide Prosecutor.
All right, hold on. Take a look first. Mr. Ray, you're before the court on a warrant on charge of racketeering, conspiring, grand theft in third degree. Although the bond has been set at $100,000.
And there's a Nebia hold, Your Honor.
Judge, this is a warrant from 2013 for Mr. Ray. I see no prior history for, no prior convictions or withholds for Mr. Ray. I would ask Your Honor if you would consider a reduction in bond.
Judge, I ordered Mr. Ray's NCIC and I saw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 convictions.
State, you might want to check your NCIC.
Let me look for it.
It's missed from the statewide prosecutor. Who's at these bonds?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Can you please repeat that?
I can't read the signature of the judge.
This is before I started working here. I don't know who the judge was in 2013.
Looks like it's Jerry Cohen, Judge Jerry Cohen back in 2013. Almost 12 years ago. I see no history for Mr. Ray.
No. Dave, what's your response to the public defender's motion?
Judge, I'm trying. I'll just defer to the court, Your Honor.
In addition, Judge, standard bonds are much lower than the bond on the warrant at this point. A standard bond on a first degree felony is 15,000 and the grand theft will be 2,500.
Not to reduce the bond.
Judge, would you consider any alternate form of release? Mr. Ray's been working for a construction company for about the last 6 years now. I see nothing else on his prior history.
Madam Prosecutor, would you review the priors that you're carrying?
Judge, I am reviewing the priors. Is Mr. Ray's birthday 1/8/1990?
No, it's
No, okay.
1990 on the arrest form.
Okay, then I have the wrong NCIC. Then I take back what I said about the priors, Your Honor.
But you don't have any information that he has any priors.
At this time, I do not.
According to the affidavit in support of the arrest warrant, this seems to be a series of break-in or thefts at various Walmarts. The amount in each one varies. There's discussion about breaking or cash register with a crowbar. I assume that took place at night, not in the middle of the day. That goes back to 2013.
Judge, there's a total of 18 incidents.
There's 18 incidents.
Yes.
I was just about to count them.
Yeah, there's 18 incidents.
On the racketeering, count one. We're going to reduce the bond to $25,000. Count two is conspiring to take active material, also 25,000. Count three, 10,000.
You said 1,000, Your Honor? 10,000?
25, 25, and 10
Is that with an Ebbia?
with an extra.
Judge, may I also ask that he not return to any of these Walmarts? Any of these locations?
I'm sorry?
Can I also ask that he not return to any of these locations?
Mr. Ray? You don't have a notification. Or you want me to read each one of them aloud now? I don't know that he knows what he's being charged with and what location he's talking about. So if you want me to read all 18 of them aloud, I will.
What about all Walmarts in Miami-Dade County?
Okay, from all Walmarts, Dade, Broward County. People anyplace else. It appears as though the victim and each of the charges is in fact Walmart, but there are various counties for them. Stay away from Walmart altogether. So let's just do that. But it's some of these are out in West Palm Beach, Port St. Lucie, Vero Beach, Jupiter. I'm sorry. So let's stay away from all Walmarts.
Judge, you're changing it to stay away order from all Walmarts
Yeah, all Walmarts
in the state of Florida or in the county?
in the state of Florida. It seems as though these crimes are taking place all over the place, all over the state. That's probably why it's illegal. So all Walmarts are off limits, Mr. Ray, if he makes fun. That's it. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Trinidad Corrections wants to take him out of turn real fast. He's number 33 on the calendar. He's the page before on page 11.
You gotta get him back to me. That's it. Thank you.
He has a fugitive hold from Broward with a bond of 2,500.
That's a good letter. I'm so. All right. Thank you. All right, Juan Trinidad is he here? Is Mr. Trinidad?
Yes, sir. How you doing?
I'm okay.
I could demand a speedy trial all these cases, right?
Hold on, for a little bit ahead of yourself. Let's get you charged for before you demand a speedy trial. Now, one case, Mr. Trinidad, the charges are burglary of an occupied conveyance, possession of crack cocaine, grand theft in the third degree of a vehicle, or grand theft in the third degree of a firearm. There's a Nivea that was asked for. We'll take a look at the case, okay?
So Judge Glazer looked at the A form yesterday. I think she probably left some notes on the back of the A form.
You're saying who left the note?
Judge Glazer reviewed the arrest affidavits yesterday for probable cause, and I think she left some notes. There was arguments yesterday that she ruled on.
Okay. Yes, so let me just repeat what the Glazer did. Count one, PC for armed burglary.
Yes, he took,
Count two, no PC. Count three, no PC. That it was a count. Oh, okay. Count two is no PC. But why did she skip the count 11?
then I think there was PC on the other counts.
Oh, so I'm sorry. Counts 2 through 10. She's fine for PC. Count 11 is no PC. I'm sorry.
Okay.
2 through 10 is she found PC. Count 11 is no PC. Count 12, she finds PC. Count 13, she finds PC. Count 14, no PC. Count 15, she found PC. Count 16, possession of MDMA. And count 17, she finds PC. She knows the gentleman refused to attend court yesterday. Defendant was found guilty of burglary on August 23rd, 2012. Was Judge Glazer didn't put in the amounts for all these PC findings.
So state's requesting no bond on the armed burglary and standard bond on the rest.
So count one will be no bond.
Can you repeat yourself? I'm sorry.
Count one will be no bond. For Judge Glazer's finding of PC for armed burglary. Counts 2 through 10, she found PC. And that's controlled substance.
No, that's burglary to an unoccupied conveyance. Standard bond is 2,500.
Make it $1,000 each. Is it 10,000? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 9. 9 counts. That's $9,000. Count 3, there was no. Count 11, sorry, there was no PC. Count 12.
So 11 is ROR.
Release outright.
That's fine.
No, we didn't do it.
Count 12.
What's count 11? RR or release all right?
RR. Count 12. What's the charge here? I can't tell based on the numbers. Count, this is 10.
I think that one would be
The third degree of a vehicle,
Count 12 is grand theft auto, Judge. Yes, third degree. Standard bond's 2,500.
500. Count 13 is also grand theft auto.
12 was grand theft of the car, 13 is grand theft of the gun.
I'm sorry,
12 is for a car and 13 is for a gun.
for a gun. What's standard on 13?
2,500.
2,500 also. No PC count 14, PC count 15, which is what is
So 14 would be a release outright is fine. 15 is felon in possession.
hold on. Release outright on count 14. Count 15 is PC for what charge, please?
Felon in possession of a firearm, second degree felony.
Standard is 5,000.
7,500, but 5,000 is fine.
5,000. Count 6 is for PC possession of MDMA.
Right, not intent. Standard is 2,500.
500. Count 17
Is the false name. Standard is 500.
false name.
False name after arrest.
The various bonds have said 14,000, 19,000, $22,000. I believe what I came up with.
Your Honor, so count 1 is no bond. 2 to 10 is 1,000 each. 11 ROR. 12 2,500. 13 2,500. 14 released outright. 15 5,000. 16 2,500. And 17 500.
That's correct.
Thank you. And the ones with bond, Your Honor, is that with the Nebbia?
Your Honor can reserve on it because right now we can't post a bond.
I don't think a Nebby is necessary. No Nebby. I do have a request for a stay away order. From Felipe Navarro. I'm not exactly what count is with this lady beyond.
Is that with the right paperwork, Judge? I think it may be that may be for a different case. Can you look at the top of the stay order?
Hold on. I have another arrest affidavit.
Not the right person, Your Honor.
I'm sorry,
That's not the same person.
Franklin Ivan. Okay, then this is going over here.
Mhm.
All right, there is no stay away order on this gentleman. This is Trinidad.
Oh, no, yeah, that's from.
Yeah. Trinidad's got a second case for credit card, counterfeit credit cards. Case ending in 5571.
Right, Judge Blazer found probable cause. Standard bond is 7,500.
$7,500. Franklin Ivan.
Yeah, that's untrue. That's not even the call.
This is one going next. Okay, with you ever see? Okay. Franklin Ivan,
You know, we need to call one out of turn on page 13. Jordan Peña, number 39 on the calendar.
I've got one out of order too. But let's go ahead and get yours, please. Are you here on Mr. Jimenez? All right, just a minute, please. We have somebody in court. Can you get Franklin Varela Jimenez for next one up, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. This is Peña in front of you.
Okay, well, I'm pulling out the A form opinion. Hold on. Mr. Pena's got two cases. Case ending in 05558. Charges possession of a controlled substance, subsidies annex. Who's in court on this? Just out of order?
It's because it's a direct file.
One count?
In one of the cases, it's just one counts.
Okay. All right, so this is on the case ending in 5558. Charges possession of a controlled substance annex. You're gonna find probable cause, set bond at 2,500. All right, next one is case ending in 5554.
On that case, the state filed a motion for pretrial detention.
Charges are aggravated battery, bodily harm with firearm, use of possession of a weapon and display while committing a felony, and false imprisonment.
Judge, on that case, it looks like he's only charged with 2 counts by the state for aggravated battery, great bodily harm weapon with a firearm, and the second count is aggravated assault with a firearm. Judge, I would ask that you deny.
Hold on for a second.
Okay.
This one section. I see the information that has those charges that you just recited. The first one is a first degree felony, and the second one is a third degree felony. Ms. Hess, you agree?
Yes.
Okay.
I would ask you deny the state's motion for pretrial detention. The co-defendants, judge, they're out on bond. One is out on bond plus house arrest. The other one is out on straight bond. I would ask that your honor either set straight bond or house arrest for Mr. Pena. Level 3. Mr. Pena just turned 17 years old. I don't see the serious bodily injury alleged in the arrest form. And on page 3 of the arrest form, The police indicate that they spoke to Mr. Pena, and it appears that one of the alleged victims, from what Mr. Pena saw, was getting out of the car with a firearm in his waistband. That was one of the precipitating factors, Judge.
So the information has been filed charging the defendant with a dangerous felony. That's a dangerous crime. That's a first-degree felony. State's requesting no bond, pending the pretrial detention hearing, or let the division judge, review the case tomorrow.
In addition, Judge, the arrest form does not allege that Mr. Pena hit the alleged victim with a gun. The co-defendant's arrest form does allege the co-defendant hit the alleged victim with a gun, and that co-defendant received a bond plus house arrest.
By the filing of the information already, done past the 8th one.
There still needs to be proper cause, Judge.
What's that?
So Judge, again, I believe there's sufficient probable cause from the affidavit and an information has been signed. It's a first-degree felony and it qualifies as a dangerous crime. State's requesting that the court hold the defendant no bonds pending a pretrial detention hearing and let him see his division judge tomorrow.
Judge, I would ask you to find no probable cause for an aggravated battery with a firearm. The arrest form clearly indicates that co-defendant Gomez on page 2 grabbed him by the shirt, pistol whipped him, and slammed him to the ground. And that same defendant is released on a bond plus house arrest, Judge, in case F251542A.
What was that at first appearance?
So, let's see. Yes, on January 24th.
Miss, based on the affidavit, I'm having a difficulty understanding what.
We can bring it, we'll have a probable cause hearing then, Judge.
I'm sorry, I didn't
We
hear.
can have a probable cause hearing. But again, the state has already filed an information.
I see where the state has filed the information. Now, if you let me finish for 1 second, I'll. Other than being there as victim one was assaulted, I'm trying to figure out what this gentleman did in regard to count 1. The aggravated battery with the great bodily harm of a firearm.
On the bottom of page 2, it says that victim 1 positively identified the defendant as one of the offenders who pointed a firearm with a laser.
Well, that would be the basis for count 2 at best, Judge, but nothing for count 1.
That's
Specifically state the co-defendant is the one that pistol whipped the alleged victim.
If I remember
That's the
correctly,
middle of page 2.
I think we already had a PC hearing on this, and it was determined that multiple offenders had guns. Examiner, please find PC under a principal theory because they were all acting together.
I'm principal theory. I see it. All right. The court's got to find probable cause. No bond count 1 on the basis of the state filing its statute.
Judge, I would ask if you would set a bond. The co-defendant who's charged with pistol whipping him has a bond plus house arrest, Judge. There's nothing indicating anything, any more egregious behavior by Mr. Pena. It's more, at best, more egregious by Mr. Gomez. So for Judge, I would ask at a minimum that you either set a bond or set house arrest for him.
But I believe that,
In all fairness,
right, but that wasn't done at first appearance, I don't believe.
it was done at first
Let me
appearance. I can give the case number. It's F25.
1 second, you're saying POE Gomez?
Yes,
Okay, give me a second.
according to Sieges. F251542A. And it was done on January the 24th. Same day the bond was set.
It's the state's position that he should go before his division judge.
Again, Ms. F, I'm sorry. Say that again.
It's the state's position that he should go before his division judge.
Judge, in all due fairness, just to go before the division judge for somebody who has less involvement than a co-defendant who already has a bond plus house arrest, in all due fairness, he's already been held in custody this whole time since his arrest.
On the other guy,
Pardon?
what's the bond on the one you're referring to?
It is 13,500 total. Plus house arrest level 3.
Sorry. I don't know what was known and what was said to the judge who heard the matter at the first appearance or who issued the bond. I'm going to find I'm pulling no bond on the statute and send them to the division tomorrow for review. On count 2, the 7,500.
Judge, standard bond is 5,000.
I'll make it 5,000 on that basis. It being standard bond on count 1, send them to the division judge. Let them take a better look at it and be able to review all 3 cases together, because it'll all be before that judge. And that's Judge Young. Except for arraignment on 3/24, but he'll go tomorrow. And it's the state of Victor Hernandez. I'm going to let the state was be issued by the division judge also. I was going to find the order on the statute. All right, so once again, this is what we have. Count 1 as charged in the information, which is aggravated battery break bodily harm for the firearm, first degree felony. The court is setting it finding probable cause setting for bond based upon the filing of the statute by the state. Count 2 is $5,000 on aggravated assault for the firearm. That is the division tomorrow. And who's the division judge? Looks like it's young, Judge Young. Okay, Judge Young. Thanks. Now, next case. What's the one on order? There's 2 things on this one right here. Yeah, what's this over here? Oh, what is this? Okay. All right. Do we have Franklin Varela Jimenez?
Let me help you, Your Honor.
Please. Sorry, corrections, but are you Mr. Varela Pena? Jimenez, I'm sorry. Varela Jimenez.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Present.
What is your name, sir?
¿Cuál es su nombre, señor?
Franklin Iván Varela Jiménez.
Franklin Iván Varela Jiménez.
All right, Mr. Varela Jimenez, you're before the court on arrest warrant charging you with false imprisonment, domestic battery by strangulation, robbery by sudden snatching, and battery. Someone here in court. First, I want to read Janice affidavit. Go ahead, sir.
Muy bien, señor. Buenos días. Usted está aquí presente el día de hoy enfrentando acusaciones de privación de libertad ilícita, de agresión física de índole doméstico, a través del método de estrangulación, también por robo repentino y además de agresión física. Tenemos a una persona aquí presente en el tribunal. ¿Cuál es su nombre, por favor?
Yes, I do.
State your name for the record, please.
My name is Gretel Navas. I'm the
La
victim.
señorita Navas se acaba de presentar como la víctima en el caso.
Hold on for 1 second. Finding a probable cause of all counts.
Determino que existe motivo fundado en cuanto a todos los cargos o acusaciones.
These allegations are from September of last year.
Su señoría, estas alegaciones o acusaciones constan de septiembre del año pasado.
I'm still finding probable cause. Let's hear from the victim here. Now,
De todas maneras, determino que existe motivo fundado, pero escuchemos qué tiene que decir la víctima.
you're the alleged victim in this. Yes,
First of all, good morning, Your Honor.
thank you.
My name is Gretel Navas. I'm the victim. We had a little issue with me and him. We decided to work it out. 5 weeks pregnant is my only support I have at the moment. So I just would like to know if there's a way I could remove the charges and the stay away order.
Entonces, en estos momentos se le pregunta a la señorita Navas, señorita, ¿es usted la víctima en el caso? Sí, su señoría, en primer lugar, buenos días. Nosotros tuvimos un pequeño percance, decidimos resolverlo y estoy embarazada de 5 semanas. Él es mi única fuente de apoyo, de manutención. Yo quisiera saber si hay alguna manera en la que yo pueda retirar las acusaciones y la orden de alejamiento.
Have you been living with him continuously since September 8th,
We've been on and off.
on and off?
Yes.
Have there been any other incidents of violence?
No, sir.
Anything of this nature before?
No. That was the first altercation we had.
Are you afraid of him?
No.
You want him at home?
Yes, I do.
Entonces, en estos momentos, su señoría le pregunta, ¿ustedes han estado viviendo juntos de manera continuada, regular desde el 8 de septiembre? Su señoría, hemos estado sí y no a tiempos. ¿Ha habido algún otro incidente? Le pregunta a su señoría de esta índole, ¿algún otro incidente de violencia intrafamiliar? No, no ha habido ninguno. Este fue el primer altercado. Se le pregunta si ella le teme a usted, indica que no, y se le pregunta si ella desea que usted regrese a casa y ella indica que sí.
Ms. F., do you want to ask any questions?
I don't have any questions.
La fiscalía no tiene preguntas para la testigo.
Ms. Cora?
No questions, Judge. I would ask for a modified stay of order.
La defensa tampoco tiene preguntas para la testigo y solicitan una orden de alejamiento modificada.
I'm sorry? Does he qualify for either of your programs?
Yeah, not service, but not pre-trial. Pre-trial, we have to take the shots and go pause in prison. Wow.
Doesn't have an ISO, does he?
I'd like to know if he has a job, please.
Le pregunta el juez, señor, si usted tiene trabajo. No le escuché.
Sí.
Yes, I do.
Where do you work?
¿Dónde trabaja, señor?
Trabajo en construcción.
I work in construction.
All right, court's gonna find probable cause. You wanna set bonds?
Judge, would you consider ordering him into pretrial services?
Just a minute.
Okay.
Set the bond. All right. The court's gonna give him house arrest level 2.
El tribunal determina motivo fundado, o sea, su señoría determina motivo fundado para las acusaciones y le impone arresto domiciliario nivel 2.
And alternate bonds, 2,500, count 1.
Confianzas alternativas en el cargo 1 de 2,500.
1,000, count 3. 1,000, count 4.
Your Honor, what was on count 2 for the interpreter?
2,500.
1 and 2 is 2,500.
1 and 2 are each 2,500.
Thank you, Your Honor. El cargo 2 también es de 2,500 la fianza alternativa, cargo 3,000 y el cargo 4,000.
Based upon testimony before the court, we the appearing before the court today. Court's going to allow the folks to be together, although I'm instructing Mr. Jimenez. You're allowed to have contact with the victim. In other words, you can go about your business. You're going to be on level 2 house arrest, which lets you go to work, and it lets you go to the doctor, come to court, things of that nature. Just let you check in with house arrest. And let you go home, and also let you be with the victim. But you're prohibited from being physically threatening or violent in any way, shape, or form towards this victim. You understand that, sir?
Muy bien, señor. Entonces, sepa que usted va a salir con arresto domiciliario nivel 2. Yo, basados en el testimonio que he escuchado, voy a permitirle a estas personas que pues regresen juntos, pero usted en este arresto domiciliario va a poder trabajar, ir a sus citas médicas, ir a las citas en tribunales, al médico, pero nada más. Y además sepa que se le queda prohibido, señor, tener ningún tipo de contacto o interacción ni amenazante ni violenta de ninguna forma con la presunta víctima en el caso. ¿Lo entiende?
Sí, entiendo.
I understand.
All right, so no guns, no drugs, sir.
Señor, sepa que no puede tener armas, no puede consumir drogas.
No consumo drogas. No sé.
I don't use drugs.
You're prohibited from, you're allowed to have contact with the victim, but you're prohibited from being physically threatening or violent towards the victim in any manner whatsoever.
Se le reitera que se le permitirá el contacto con la víctima, pero le queda absolutamente prohibido ningún contacto de manera amenazante, ni violento, ni física, ni de ninguna otra forma.
For the record, the court makes the observation that appears as though the gentleman has no priors also, and victim is here giving testimony. Ma'am, as far as dropping the charges is concerned, the court has no ability in that regard at this point. I suggested you contact the state's attorney's office. Is that right, Lizama?
Yes.
Thank you so
Muy
much.
bien, entonces se hace constar acerca de los antecedentes penales de no consistencia y además se de que la víctima quien se haya presente se le informa de que con relación, señora, a retirar las acusaciones, yo no tengo ningún control sobre eso. Usted le aconsejo comuníquese con las oficinas de la Fiscalía al respecto.
Mr. Jimenez?
Señor Jiménez.
Mr. Jimenez?
Señor Varela Jiménez, atienda.
Dígame, su señoría.
Yes, Your Honor.
You violate the court's order, they will put you in jail, and they're going to throw away the key.
Señor Varela, sepa que si usted quebranta la orden que le he dado, lo voy a poner en la cárcel y voy a botar la llave para no poder abrir la puerta.
You understand that?
¿Me entiende?
Está bien, su señoría.
I do, Your Honor.
So that's house arrest alternate 2,500, count 1 and 2, and 1,000, 3 and 4.
I believe that was the word, yes. And I suggest to you that if the state attorney is not willing to do anything with regard to the charges, that you will hear for the division judge on the day of his arraignment.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I really appreciate it. Have a blessed day. Thank
To stay out of trouble. Good luck to you with the baby. Okay, let's get back on in order. Lucia, who knows? Is that what we have here?
Bonded out. Ms. Munoz is a bond out, Judge.
She's a bond out. Thank you. Donna Blanco.
Yes,
Is this Ms. Blanco?
yes.
Ms. Blanco has 2 cases. She's out on bond. That's 24-16621.
Judge, on that case, I looked it up in Sieges, and it looks like it was terminated unsuccessfully. So it should be closed.
Yeah, it was supposed to be closed, the case for August 6th, it was a pretrial, intervention program.
So it's not closed?
It looks like on February the 5th, 2025, it was unsuccessful completion of pretrial diversion.
TI.
Pardon?
I don't think that's a thing. The state won't know across a case if somebody unsuccessfully completed a program.
There's no court date set. There's nothing set. It's been
I think she should see the division judge tomorrow.
been over 6 weeks. There's no court date. So it looks like it's closed.
Has the state announced an OPROS?
Let me see.
Yeah, we're all talking, we're not even talking about the ones that she's before the court on today. She's on, we're talking about the previous case, F24-16621, correct, Mr. Corey?
Yes.
So we don't know whether the state's announced a process on that.
Right.
No, Judge.
You can't, the state will not null process a case if the defendant didn't complete the program.
But it's still sitting in a file and it's in some sort of limbo.
So see your judge tomorrow.
Well, let's see what she's got for today, and then we'll see about it. We'll send her to division tomorrow, and hopefully they can straighten out the situation. All right. And the case ending in 5657. You're charged with operating a chop shop. Count 2 is counterfeit decal or VIN number, possession of. Count 3 is possession or managing or dealing. And count 4 is the vote for magistrate. I'm like bond hearing.
You know, I only have 3 counts.
3 count. It is 3 counts, but I'm just reading what it said. It says hold for bond hearing. Warrant and case number, no number is given. She got on bond effective 8/7/24. No bond, do not release, do not subpoena the officer. I'm not exactly sure what that is all about and why that's there. Still haven't read the 8 form for today for this arrest, though. Let me read it now.
Yes.
Tell me what is probable cause other than by reaching conclusions that are beyond the scope, or at least to me they are to some degree beyond the scope of the A form,
What charge is your honor addressing?
specifically on the chop shop.
So the chop shop, let me show your honor the legal definition of a chop shop. If your honor, give me a second. All right, here we go. All right, a chop shop means any place. Let's see. Oh, where two or more stolen vehicles are present. I think there's probable cause. There's more than two stolen vehicles present.
And there's
You do.
an allegation that there were two or more motorcycles that were stolen present, which would meet statute for chop shop. So I'll find probable cause.
With regard to probable cause, according to the arrest form on the last page, Ms. Blanco indicated to the police, or actually Mr. Cordero indicated to police that he was the owner of the motorcycles that were in the sleeping area. And Ms. Blanco indicated that the motorcycles belonged to other people who would bring them to Mr. Cordero to be fixed. So there's nothing indicating knowledge of the vehicles being stolen, only repaired by Mr. Cordero, Judge. So I would ask that you find no probable cause on behalf of Ms. Blanco.
There's probable cause. Then she's charged in the other case with stealing a motorcycle.
Find probable cause. Count one. Set the bond $2,500. Count two. That's the VIN. That's also 2,500. Count three is a stolen property, dealing it 1,000. Typically, when we look at the second affidavit, case ending in 5647, charging burglary of an unoccupied structure with a mask and grand theft in the third degree of the vehicle.
So Judge, the allegations that they had motorcycle helmets on, they indicated they came on a motorcycle with motorcycle helmets. So Judge, I would ask for no mask enhancement. Also does not indicate Ms. Blanco knew that the vehicle was stolen. She's riding as a passenger.
But they go in on one motorcycle and they come out on the stolen one.
don't see any allegations that the motorcycle was damaged in any way. There's nothing indicating Ms. Blanco would know.
Other than the fact that she came in on one motorcycle and left on the stolen one.
I'm gonna find probable on the burglary of an unoccupied structure or not. I'm not going to charge on the charge the math. And grand theft in the third degree. The fines for each of those are 25. 2,500 count one. 2,500 count two.
And that's with the hold, Your Honor.
Yes, with a whole, and I'm sending her to division tomorrow. Straight out this business with the other case. And I'm issuing a sale order from Riverland shops and residences. You don't have to go there, Ms. Blanco. Okay, we have it, everything, folks. Go to the next case. Heather Lindsay. Ms. Lindsay.
You're Miss Lindsay, correct? He's asking.
Yes.
Ms. Lindsay is possession of cocaine, petty theft, and possession of drug paraphernalia with intent to use. That's on the, history and art,
On the what? On the
otherwise dismissed.
Right, she does have, it looks like some misdemeanor withholds from earlier this year. TAP may be willing to take her, and count
That's
two,
for
I
TAP.
believe, should be a second degree misdemeanor.
I agree, and I would ask for TAP.
But the paraphernalia could be a secondary misdemeanor.
The petty thefts.
All right. I'm gonna find probable cause. Find TAP program. Count one. 1,500. Count two. That's the TAP, that's the petty theft,
Yes.
150. Count three. 150.
Future court date?
It's, looks like 4/18. That correct? Yeah, April 18th.
We know the courtroom number for Judge Zachary James.
Looks like 4 or 5 on my paperwork.
I have a statement from Wendy also from Dollar General at 801 Northwest 17th Street. Oh, that's a big example. All right. Next case, please. Maria Elena Alfonso.
Present?
Charges battery in the elderly. Person 65 years of age or older.
So I received information that she wanted to call into the courtroom. I don't know if she has called in. The information I have is that she may not want a stay away order.
I'm calling her now. You're calling what? She speaks Spanish and she doesn't know how to use Zoom. Hello? ¿Aló?
Sí, me llamaron.
Sí, ahora llegamos al caso de María Alfonso. ¿Tú qué tal con el juez? State your name.
Quiero decirme.
Todo se de hecho en inglés, pero tú no tienes ahí que dice un translator. Dice, pero
Ok, excelente.
primero tú ves al juez que te pregunta ¿qué?
Bueno, si me la persiguen, que sea una matar fatal.
Tranquila.
Ok.
Vamos a tener nosotros. State your name for the record, please.
Declare su nombre para las actas, por favor.
Señora, ¿tú escuchaste?
Perdón, no le escuché.
Señora, el juez le pide que diga su nombre para las actas.
Concepción Esther Pérez.
Concepción Esther Pérez.
You're here, ma'am, to speak for or against Maria Alfonso.
Señora, ¿usted está aquí para hablar en favor o en contra de la señora María Alfonso?
A favor de María Alfonso.
For her, in favor of María Alfonso.
What is your relationship to Ms. Alfonso?
¿Y cuál es su vínculo con la señora Alfonso? ¿Qué relación, cómo está usted relacionada con ella?
Llevamos muchos años juntas, desde el año 88 hasta la fecha. Somos amigas, somos compromisos, como les puedan llamarme.
We've been together for many years since the year 1988. We have been together. We are partners. We are committed to each other, however you want to call it.
Okay. And, ma'am, how old are you?
Señora, ¿qué edad tiene usted?
77.
77 years old.
Diciembre 8 del 47.
¿Dijo diciembre o septiembre?
Diciembre 8 del 47.
December 8, 1947.
So she's 77?
Yes, Your Honor, she said 77.
That's what I thought. Ma'am, what address, where do you live?
Señora, ¿dónde usted vive?
4844 Southwest 152 Unidad F, Miami, Florida 33185.
Usted dijo unidad F como en Frank o S como en sapo.
F.
F. I live at 4844 Southwest 152nd Court, Unit F, Miami, Florida 33185.
All right, for the record, that's the arrest location.
Se hace contar para las actas que esa es la misma ubicación del arresto que tenemos aquí.
Has anything happened? Ma'am, of this nature happened before?
Señora, ¿algo así había pasado alguna vez antes? O sea, algo así como este incidente había alguna vez pasado anteriormente.
Are you afraid of her?
¿Usted le tiene miedo a la señora?
No, para nada.
No, not at all.
Persona, no sé qué le pasó ayer, no sé.
And do you want her at home?
She is a good person. I don't know what happened to her yesterday. I don't know.
Okay. Do you want her home with you?
¿Y usted quiere que ella regrese a la casa con usted?
Sí, claro. Sí, ella no tiene dónde estar. Yo soy la que la llevo, la traigo al médico, a la farmacia, lo que ella necesite.
Yes, of course. She has nowhere else to go. I'm the one that takes her to the pharmacy, the doctor, wherever she needs to. I'm the one driving her around.
Can you say nothing like this has ever happened before?
Y usted me dijo que nunca había pasado algo como eso.
Nunca, jamás.
Never, ever.
What is your name, ma'am, again?
Una vez más, señora, repítame su nombre.
Concepción Esther Pérez Hernández.
Concepción Esther Pérez Hernández.
Hernandez or Fernandez?
Señora, ¿usted dijo Hernández o Fernández?
Fernández con F.
F.
Fernández with an F.
Thank you. Dave, any questions? Is that?
No questions, Judge.
No hay preguntas de parte de la fiscalía.
Perdón, que no le escuché.
Que la fiscal no le quiere hacer ninguna pregunta.
I have no questions. I would ask for a modified stay away order and pre-trial services.
Ms. Hernandez, for Ms. Hernandez, you need to let me do my job, okay?
Señora Fernández, ahora espérese un momentito que tengo que hacer mi trabajo un momento, por favor. Y la defensa indica que tampoco tiene ninguna pregunta y además solicita una orden de alejamiento modificada.
All right. Good. We're gonna find probable cause, house arrest,
Judge, would you consider ordering him in the pretrial
That's
service?
good with that.
pretrial versus house arrest.
She's right. I think Your is modifying the stay away order. She's 62. She hasn't been in trouble for 20 years, and even then, it was
Pretrial. Pretrial, alternate bond 2,500.
Muy bien, entonces se va a ordenar que él acepte el programa de supervisión previa a juicio para como modo de salida de fianza. Además, va a tener alternativamente $2,500 de fianza como método alternativo si no entra o rechaza el programa.
Mr. Alfonso, I'm going to let you go home with Ms. Fernandez.
Señor Alfonso, voy a permitirle que regrese a casa con la señora Fernández.
You understand? Mr. Alfonso,
Yes.
I'm telling you, I'm going to let you go home. You're going to be in a program, but they're not to have any violence.
Okay.
No guns or any drugs. Don't look out for the remote control situation in another way because you can beat it up on the road. All right, next case, please. Jerika Sosa.
Found out?
Lady Hernandez for the next case.
She's present, speaks English.
All right, hold on for a second. Let me finish. Just go like, okay, pause, finishing up here.
She may qualify for TAP or she's got an address pretrial.
Let me finish the previous case, okay? Not as quick as all that, folks. So. Okay. Lady Hernandez, correct?
Yes. Judge, I have no probable cause argument. I would ask for the TAP program. Ms. Hernandez is currently homeless.
Let me tell her the charges are possession of cocaine, active residue, and possession of drug paraphernalia. We did 60 days on similar charges last year. Is that what I'm reading here, Ms. Huff?
Yes, that's true. Yeah, I understand that, Judge, but it's a pipe with residue. I'm okay with TAP.
TAP program. find probable cause, tap program, $1,000 and $1,000, $500 and two as alternate funds.
And a future court date of April the 18th at 9 o'clock before Judge Benzer.
Oh, it's gonna be the 21st, the 18th.
It's going to be the 21st.
Yeah.
The other person? It's Good Friday. Yeah. All right, Hernandez, next. Any questions on this, Hernandez? Okay, next case. Yanellis Acebo. We have Miss Acebo.
She's a bond out.
Thank you. Aaron Williams.
How you doing, y'all?
Good morning.
He has a hold for Florida Department of Corrections, no bond.
Mr. Wayne has two cases reported for today. Case ending in 5611. Charges possession of cocaine, 1 gram of suspected crack. Count 2, drug paraphernalia with intent to use. Count 3, using a false name after arrest. Count 4, resisting an officer without violence to his person. Right, probable cause. Concealed case. Dead bonds. $1,500 and $500 and hold.
Four counts, Your Honor?
I'm sorry. We have 4 counts.
On case 5611, it's 4 counts.
You're right. There's 4 counts. 500 count 3. 500 count 4. And the hold was he's got a hold for who?
Department of Corrections.
Right, so a hold for Department of Corrections.
You know, what was count 2?
500. Okay, sending in 5612 charges robbery by sudden snatching. Find probable cause. 2,500. And is this a hold also? Same hold. Corrections?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, hold on him on this one too.
Yes, Your Honor.
They're going from RC. I'm assuming that's the victim of the alleged victim on the right. Michael, you.
Bond out?
Yours.
Mr. President, we'll need a Spanish interpreter, please.
Here the charges on criminal. I think.
You said armed robbery?
On burglary.
Burglary. Thank you, Yone. Buenos días, señor. Usted está aquí enfrentando acusaciones de allanamiento a mano armada.
Was going to find probable cause. No pursuant to statute.
Muy bien, determina motivo fundado y según los estatutos no hay fianza.
We go to division tomorrow.
Mañana se presentará ante el juez de división.
What's next? So stay away orders from AL.
Se emite orden de alejamiento de AU.
Goes back into the state tomorrow. Next case, please. Nathan Arroyo Betanco. Betanco. Do we have Mr. Betanco?
Spanish interpreter, please.
Present.
Possession of cocaine within 1,000 feet of a school. Possession of drug paraphernalia with intent to use and trespass to property after warning. Just give me a second to review.
Muy bien, buenos días, señor. Usted está aquí enfrentando acusaciones de haber estado en tenencia de cocaína a menos de 1,000 pies de un centro escolar, además de haber tenido minículos para consumir. O, you said paraphernalia with intent to sell, you said?
And to use.
To use, thank you. A minículos para consumir y además de haber entrado a un lugar sin permiso.
Just be possession of cocaine, judge, for count one. President.
La Fiscalía y Defensa están de acuerdo en que debería ser solamente tenencia en contra del cargo 1.
And I would ask for that.
Y pide además que se le libere con la supervisión del programa TAP.
He does have a 58-day sentence from a month ago requesting a bond.
La fiscalía, basados en el hecho de que usted tiene una sentencia de 50 días de hace un mes, pide que se le imponga una fianza.
It's for possession of paraphernalia drug. It's a misdemeanor.
Eso fue un delito menor, tenencia de adminículos.
I would ask for TAP.
Por eso pido el programa TAP.
Why are we? What's your argument in regard to the school?
The 1,000 feet does not apply for possession only.
Entonces indica, su señoría, cuál es la posición u opinión con relación a la ubicación de la escuela. Responde la defensa, su señoría, no aplica en el caso de los delitos de tenencia solamente.
Just the 58 days a month ago?
Yes.
Corrobora su señoría la información de los 50 días de sentencia de hace un mes.
Possession. $1,000. Go, let's count one, count two. 500. Count three, 500.
Judge, would you consider TAP where he can get some drug treatment? He would prefer some drug treatment, Judge.
En estos momentos, su señoría indica $1,000 de fianza en el cargo 1, 500 en el cargo 2, 500 en el cargo 3. La defensa pide, su señoría, considere por favor el programa TAP para que él pueda obtener atención de tratamiento contra las drogas.
Yo vivo en la calle, dígale, ¿cómo voy a ir a aceptar el programa de TAP si yo vivo en la calle?
But I live on the streets. How am I going to go to the program TAP if I live on the streets?
I'm not sending him the TAP. I'm sending him straight bond. Okay.
No le voy a otorgar el programa TAP, le estoy poniendo una fianza directa, le estoy imponiendo una fianza monetaria.
Next case, please.
Siguiente caso.
Landy Morales Acosta.
Spanish for Mr. Morales Acosta, please.
Charges possession of a controlled substance. That would be the MDMA. Years.
Muy bien, señor, buenos días. Aquí tiene una acusación de haber estado en tenencia de una sustancia regulada, dígase MDMA según sus siglas en inglés.
I'll ask for pretrial services.
La defensa pide se le deje salir con supervisión del programa de servicios previo a juicio.
Up to you, but he does have an open misdemeanor.
Trespass.
Y indica la fiscalía, depende de usted, pero tiene un delito menor por resolver todavía. Responde la defensa, es una entrada sin permiso.
Court will give find probable cause, pre-trial.
Su señoría haya motivo fundado para la acusación y le otorga el programa de servicios previo a juicio.
2,500 alternate bonds.
2.500 de fianza alternativa.
Next case, please. Osvaldo Abreu. Where's Mr. Abreu?
The Spanish interpreter, please.
Mr. Abreu, you're charged with possession of cocaine within 1,000 feet of the school and sale of cocaine within 1,000 feet of the school. So,
Muy bien, señor Abreu, aquí usted tiene una acusación de haber estado en tenencia de cocaína a 1.000 pies de una escuela y de venta de esta sustancia regulada a 1.000 pies de una escuela.
pretrial was taken.
It's still within 1,000 feet, first degree felonies.
I'm sorry.
It sails within 1,000 feet, first degree felonies.
Entonces el juez está tratando de averiguar si el programa de servicios previo juicio aceptaría. Indica la fiscalía, este es delito mayor, primer grado, por la venta a menos de 1.000 pies de una escuela.
So just indicates that during the first transaction, there's an open daycare in the same shopping center. So I'd ask you to find public cause for only one count of within 1,000 feet of the school.
Entonces indica la defensa, su señoría, aquí solo se indica que había una guardería abierta en el centro comercial donde ocurrió el incidente, así que yo le pido que haya motivo fundado solamente para la tenencia de la sustancia a 1.000 pies de una escuela o centro institucional.
But he was arrested though at the same location that he sold at previously.
Indica la fiscalía, pero fue arrestado en la misma ubicación anteriormente.
Priors?
Aquí hay antecedentes, pregunta el juez.
Nope. He had something in Broward that looks like it was dropped, and then just the local.
La fiscalía indica que no, que aquí hubo algo anterior, pero son solamente los locales.
Gonna find probable cause, both counts. And I don't see why we should differentiate them. Both transactions were in the same shopping center.
Entonces, el juez indica, determina motivo fundado para ambas acusaciones. No veo la diferenciación cuando ambas transacciones ocurrieron en el mismo centro comercial.
$5,000 each.
$5,000 cada uno.
Next case, please.
Siguiente caso, por favor.
Milton Philip or Philip Milton?
Mr. Milton is present.
Milton, the charge is retail theft with others less than $3,000. But second-degree felony, dealing in stolen property, retail theft with prior conviction, and misdemeanor resisting an officer without violence.
So Judge, he was released from prison in October, Broward County, also for theft. And then he also has an open felony case in Broward County, felony petty theft.
One probable cause. Count one. What's standard here, 5,000?
It's actually a second degree felony, 7,500.
5,000. Count two. Another 5. Count 3. $2,500. Count 4. 500. And he's got a hold?
No. So Broward may move to revoke his bond, but nothing yet.
Well, let's go stay away. He's still there?
Yes, sir, Judge.
Mr. Milton, they don't put your business at Target. So stay away.
You said what?
Target.
Okay. Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Keith Miller,
Present.
who is involved in the case with Mr. Milton, the gentleman we just had. And apparently, he's only charged with retail theft with others.
So he did 60 days in Broward last year, but he's got less of a criminal history than the co-defendant.
I would ask for pretrial services.
Did you say he has less?
Correct.
Pre-trial, I take him? All right. Pre-trial. We're finding probable cause. Pre-trial. 5,000 count one. Or the only count. Stay away order Mr. Miller from Target at 200th Street, 212th Street and Biscayne Boulevard. Don't go there. They don't want your business, sir. John Gianelli,
Refuse cordial.
Court,
I was told he refused, Judge. If we can reset it for the afternoon.
we set him for this afternoon.
Jones.
Honest, two cases. Jones.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Hold on for a second. Sir. Mr. Jones, the charges are sale, manufacture, possession of intent to sell, attempted intent to sell cocaine, possession of cocaine from a firearm, possession of a controlled substance, fentanyl, and possession of a controlled substance, fentanyl. That's another counts. Oh, wait, he's got other counts. Count 5 is possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Count 6 is possession, trafficking in fentanyl, armed while armed. Count 7 is possession with intent to sell of cocaine within 1,000 feet of the school. Count 8 is Possession of a controlled substance, fentanyl, while F. Count four. Hold on for a second. Let me ask my question. Count four, count eight. Why aren't they the same?
So it looks like he was charged with the lessers. So if your honor wants to RR the lessers or split the bond between the counts.
Also, count three is the same fentanyl. Only one incident here. If I'm not honest,
Wants to find one count of armed possession with intent, which is the highest charge. Or split the bond amongst all the charges.
So there's nothing indicating intent. They indicate a total of 3 baggies of cocaine are found in the house with 2 people. And 2 baggies of fentanyl. There's nothing indicating any intent to sell or distribute.
There's scales, empty baggies.
That does not mean any intent to sell or distribute.
So it does. So they package the drugs in the empty baggies and they weigh them to determine the amount the drugs weigh to sell them.
I have a scale in my house.
Okay.
I have multiple scales in my house. I have little scales and big scales.
With fentanyl, cocaine, and empty baggies?
I have some empty baggies in my house.
Miss Corey.
I mean, realistically, Judge, there's not anything.
I agree. There aren't a lot of drugs, Corey. We're on the same page, but
3 baggies does not make somebody. 3 baggies of cocaine does not make you a cocaine dealer, Judge. Might make you a user, but it's unclear if any. There's 2 people.
But it's a search warrant.
They're also indicated that there's someone else by the name Meredith Jones was located within the location. I don't see her as a co-defendant, so it's interesting why they only choose Mr. Jones to arrest here, Judge. But 3 baggies among 2 people does not mean any dealing, Judge.
Let's knock out the dealing charge. Which charge?
Pardon, Judge?
Which charge?
It's 2 baggies of cocaine, 2 baggies of fentanyl.
So if you're going to find PC on counts 2, 3, 5,
Two, 3, 5, and what else?
that may be it, based upon the court's ruling.
And what about the fact that the fentanyl seems to be broken down into 3 different charges?
So that's why, so the fentanyl would be count 3.
Possession.
Right, armed possession.
Armed possession. That's 3. And 2 is armed cocaine. And 5 is
Felon in possession.
felony possession. And as for the other counts?
If your owner is not finding intent, then there would be no PC.
No PC and release outright on the other counts.
All right, so it's no PC. Release. Count 1. Release count 4. No PC release. Count 6. 7 and 8. Let's go back to council. We'll read about PC. Our PC is a first degree felony.
Possession would be a secondary felony.
Count 2 is cocaine with a firearm, possession of cocaine with a firearm. That would be normally what?
All second degree felonies are 7,500.
All right, 7,500. Count 3.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, you said 7,500?
Count 3 is the fentanyl. Is also 7,500. And count 5. Is possession of a firearm by a felon. You're charging the armed charges, and then you're charging them separately for the gun.
There's no double jeopardy issues. It's a separate crime to have a gun and the drugs together, and it's also a different crime to have a gun while you're a convicted felon.
5,000 on count 5.
And then 6 through 8, Your Honor's gonna RLR.
6 through 8. Yeah, 6, 7, and 8, no PC. RR.
Is it before or release all right? Because you had said release all right before.
Then I'll say I'll be consistent releases. I know the charges, but you got the others. So 7,500, 7,505 on counts 2, 3, and 5, respectively. The others are all no PC, release outright. Next case, please. Philip Sanders. Sanders. We have Mr. Sanders.
One moment, Judge. We have an issue. One moment. Judge, we need a moment.
You need a moment, you're gonna need more than a couple moments.
Maybe more than a couple moments. I don't know if you want to take a quick break for a second while we take care of some things here.
Let's take a 10-minute comfort break, please.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry?
No.
Well, I'm happy if I all. You don't scare me.
No.
Bring that bag of potato chips over here.
Huh?
Bring that bag of potato chips over here.
As well.
We're back. Ms. Corey, you there?
Yes, Judge.
I call Phil Sanders. That's who you have there in front of you.
Yes, Mr. Sanders is present before the court.
And you're charged with sale possession or intent to sell cannabis within 1,000 feet of the school. Possession of more than 20 grams of suspected cannabis, tampering with physical evidence, and smoking cannabis on public property. I mean, that would be. Let me take a look. Prior to the film,
Yeah, he was sentenced to, it looks like 285 days in jail in 2019. 287 days in 2023. Looks at a lot of priors related to cannabis.
the school allegation.
It's within Lummis Park, so on the 600 block of the beach walk.
Judge, I would ask that you find no probable cause for possession with intent within 1,000 feet of a school, indicating that any possession was with intent to sell or distribute. The arrest form indicates that the officer saw Mr. Sanders smoking a cannabis cigarette. They don't indicate that he was distributing to anyone whatsoever.
So he had the money. He also had the drugs were individually packaged, and he had a scale.
So, Judge, having some money on you, $42 is not really indicative of any.
Okay, let's stop, folks.
Okay.
Miss F, I'm still not seeing the school.
It's Lummis Park.
No.
On the first line.
Lewis Park, is that it's not a school?
It's a park.
So it's 1,000 feet of the school or a park, is that the way it's attributes?
Yes.
Public park?
Yes.
Don't find probable cause.
Judge, I'd ask you to find probable cause for simple possession of cannabis and smoking cannabis. There's nothing indicating that the brown bag with 8 baggies belonged to Mr. Sanders.
Did you identify it?
Right. As we approached the defendant, he tossed the cigarettes. They recovered the cigarette as well as a bag, the sandwich bag that had the marijuana.
One. $2,500. That stated. Count two. 1,000. Count three. 250. Count four.
What was count three, Your Honor?
How many have in trade? Count three. I don't have one count.
Yes, but what was the bond for count three?
I think it was 250, Judge.
That's what I heard.
That's what I said.
250.
Couldn't hear you, I'm sorry.
And count four is an ordinance. We do not do we give a month?
On it.
$1.
And we're trying to order him to stay out of Loomis Park.
It's Loomis Park. Mr. Sanders, find another park with me. They don't want you there on the beach altogether. Mr. Guerrero, for me, Mejia Guerrero, aggravated battery. When it's done again.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Present, Your Honor.
Purpose present. Mr. Guerrero, the charge is aggravated battery. Let me take a look.
Buenas tardes, señor Guerrero. Permítame echarle un vistazo. Aquí consta que la acusación es de agresión física con agravantes. Un momento para leer, por favor.
The aggravated battery is the visible markings.
I think it's because the officer's saying that the broom is a deadly weapon.
Entonces, pregunta a su señoría, ¿y la agresión física con agravantes dejó marcas visibles? Indica la fiscalía, es que el oficial al parecer está indicando que la escoba podría ser un arma mortífera.
How does you find probable cause for simple battery, Judge?
Pide la defensa a su señoría, por favor, determine motivo fundado para agresión física simple.
I don't know about you.
No priors that I'm aware of.
All right, you're going to find probable cause for simple battery.
Entonces, después de preguntar por los antecedentes penales y la fiscalía indicar que no tienen conocimiento, se haya motivo fundado para agresión física simple.
Ask if they would consider pretrial services.
Retrial.
Se le ordena salida de supervisión con el programa de servicio previo a juicio.
$1,000.
Con una fianza alternativa de $1,000.
And this is Esteban Gonzalez is his son, isn't it?
Esteban González es el hijo, ¿cierto?
Yes.
Sí.
Does he live with them?
¿Vive con usted?
Sí.
Yes.
You have someplace else to stay, sir, until this is resolved?
¿Tiene usted algún otro lugar donde vivir, señor, hasta que esto se resuelva?
No.
No.
Okay, apparently he's no longer in the house.
Indica la defensa que ya no se halla más en la casa de la presunta víctima.
No longer in the house. Esteban? Or this gentleman?
Pregunta a su señoría, ¿quién es el que ya no está más en la casa, Esteban o el acusado? Esteban.
Of course, going to issue a stay away order from Esteban Mejia. Drugs, no drugs, no guns.
Muy bien, señor. Este tribunal le impone una orden de alejamiento del señor Esteban Mejía González. Sepa que usted no puede tener ninguna relación o estar de ninguna manera relacionado ni con armas, ni con drogas, ni alcohol, nada de eso.
And he's no longer in that house, sir. Is that what you're telling me?
Usted me está diciendo, señor, entonces que el señor Esteban ya no está en la casa ya.
Correcto.
Correct.
Oh, if he is, you're going to have a problem. Yes,
Bueno,
I'm issuing a stay away order.
si él sí está ahí, señor, y resulta que él sí está ahí, va a tener usted un problema porque yo le estoy imponiendo una orden de alejamiento.
Él se fue de la casa ya.
He left the house yesterday.
He can't come back for the time being.
Bueno, él no puede regresar durante todo este tiempo hasta que esto se resuelva.
Tells him. Let somebody else tell him.
Que alguien le diga, por favor.
Let's go to the next case, please. Stephen Cross. It's Cross charged with fraudulent use of a credit card for $100 or more. And he's out on bond corrections, correct?
Yes, felony bond, 2 cases.
Not probable cause. Bond 2,500.
And I hold, Your Honor.
Yeah, with a hold and Ms. F, there's no stay away order.
That's fine.
He needs to go to see Judge Carlos Lopez. Next. Eric Garcia. I'm sorry. Yes, Eric Garcia. Possession of a conversion Garcia.
Spanish interpreter for Mr. Garcia, please.
Garcia was charged with possession of a controlled substance, methamphetamine, and driving while license was suspended.
Muy bien, señor. Buenas tardes. Usted está aquí enfrentando acusaciones de haber estado en tenencia de una sustancia regulada, dígase metanfetaminas, y haber estado conduciendo con la licencia suspendida.
He came in on a bench warrant, but pretrial still may take him.
Él vino acá a raíz de una orden de arresto, pero quizás el programa de servicios previo a juicio le acepte de todas maneras.
Corrections, did he get pretrial next door?
He hasn't gone yet. He goes this afternoon.
Okay, I'd ask for pretrial for this judge.
Pide la defensa el programa de servicios previo a juicio.
Find probable cause, pre-trial,
Se determina el motivo fundado y se le otorga el programa.
2,500. Count one,
Only one count.
only one count.
Yes, he's gonna go next door, this afternoon on the other charge.
All right.
$2,500 de fianza alternativa en el cargo 1.
Next case.
Siguiente caso.
Mr. Cordero, we got 3 cases on probation.
He's on probation, 2 cases and 1 felony bond.
The gentleman who's with Ms. Blanco,
Correct.
who's got earlier today. Ms. Corey, you have a motion regarding the mask.
Yes, Judge, same argument with regard to the mask. He's accused of having a helmet on after riding a motorcycle.
He's calling the law by keeping the helmet on. We found probable cause on 2 charges. Count 1, grand theft. 2,500. Count 2, the burglary. Without the mask, it drops it down to going up rate on it.
Yes.
2,500. And it's got a whole honest probation cases and felony cases. Stay away from Myrtle Landing, Mr. Cordero. You have a second case with Mr. Cordero? Yes. Do.
Yes, Judge.
I gave it to you the other way. All right, this is the same one, the chop shop. All the same charges in this blunt. Ms. Corey, I think you made a motion in regard to the chop shop, which I denied. Like,
Yes, Judge.
so I'm gonna be consistent.
Yes, Judge. According to the rest form, Mr. Cordero was fixing motorcycles. There's nothing indicating knowledge of and a stolen motorcycle.
That's his story. His story. One probable cause and all charges, 2,500 count one. $1,500 count two. $2,500 count three. Got a whole. Stay with order, Mr. Cordero from Riverland. Yeah, I did. Lenny Reynoso,
Present, speaks English.
Mr. Paso, the charge is retail theft with prior conviction and yet battery. And got another a second case after we finish the first case. I just read 5650 is the case number, and get the end of the case number. Probable cause. Count one, 2,500. Count two, 500. Stay away order from Target on 34th Street, North Miami Ave. Not that's on that case. Second case. And the 5649. Also a retail theft with prior convictions. Both cases taking place at Target. Find probable cause. And next two is what is 2,500?
All last twos are 7,500.
How much?
7,500.
5,000.
Judge, Mr. Reynoso cannot afford an $8,000 bond. Would your honor consider any alternate form of relief for him? Either pretrial services or, house arrest level 3?
So it's hundreds of dollars worth of merchandise. He probably should have been charged with a robbery, case ending in 5-0. And he's got a 90-day sentence from December of last year for charges including thefts.
To make sure he comes back to court. He would come back to court, Judge. There's nothing indicating he wouldn't.
First.
And I see a conditional release violation in October of 24.
I've set the bonds. Next case, please. Christopher Pickney. Bond out. Will stay in. Demetrius Murray.
Mr. Murray is present.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Murray charged with burglary of an unoccupied dwelling, possession of cocaine, and criminal mischief. More than 200, less than 1,000. Unprobable cause. Not once 5,000.
Judge, Mr. Murray doesn't have funds for a bond. Would your honor consider house arrest as an alternate?
Hold on for a second. Cocaine possession would be 2,500. This search 500. That's up. I'm not seeing any priors.
He's got some priors out of Broward. There was a drug, it looks like drug possession and sales. He was sentenced to 364 in 2023. And then he was charged in Broward with burglary in September. I can see if it's still open. So the state's requesting a bond.
Bond.
Can you want to repeat the bond, please?
5,000, count 1, 2,500, count 2, 500, count 3. Stay away from Samantha Rain. No contact with her. You understand that, Mr. Murray? Sir? If you make, stay away from her. Alexander Martinez. Mr. Martinez, speak English?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Martinez, you're charged with criminal mischief for one or more convictions. Pre-trial, you take them?
Yeah.
What's gonna find probable cause? Pre-trial. Bond will be 2,500?
That's the standard.
Standard. That's an alternate bond. And a stay away order, excuse me. Stay away order, Mr. Martinez from Isla Canarias Restaurant. They don't want you there. Next case, Michael Hawthorne. Mr. Hawthorne?
Yes, sir.
Charged with tampering with electronic monitoring device and escape.
Leticia.
I don't know why he was being monitored. It may be this misdemeanor battery that's subsequently been no action.
Judge, I'd ask you to find no probable cause.
If that's so, then we should find out probable cause on the tampering.
It looks like while the case was open, he absconded, but now it's no longer open.
And it's because they found them without it on this person that they've been charging with tampering. Am I correct?
I think he absconded on February 3rd. It says they reported to the area in reference to an absconded prisoner. So it looks like the monitor was removed on February 3rd. And if I'm correct, the case was no actions on February 21st.
pick them up on March 3.
Right, so if your honor would set $1 on the escape, we usually don't charge that. And I guess that some bonds on the tampering with electronic monitor, it's not written so well. Right? Maybe $1,000, count one, $1, count two.
So Judge, there's nothing indicating anything about an electronic monitor. I would ask that you find no public cause and release them outright.
We can set this for a PC here, Judge.
Tomorrow?
Yes, that's fine.
Let's get the PC hearing.
I'll subpoena the officer for 10 o'clock tomorrow.
We'll make the decision tomorrow. Brian Burton. Mr. Burton.
Is Mr. Yurden here? Corrections, number 31?
No, he refused. He was here and he wanted to go back. He said,
So he refused yesterday. An officer came and testified that the value of the purse was over $1,000. Would your honor set a $2,500 bond?
We'll waive Mr. Yurden's presence.
Find probable cause, set the bond $2,500. And say we order from sack, but that will take.
That would be division, Judge.
Wendell Springer. Afternoon, sir. Mr. Springer, you're charged with possession of a firearm or ammunition by a convicted felon. Possession of cannabis, more than 20 grams. Possession of a controlled substance. Looks like Molly and FDA. And possession of an unlawful communication system or unlawful use of a communication device. And check also account for what is that charge in count 5?
The unlawful communications device?
No, the one after.
Possession of a place for the purpose of trafficking?
Yeah, possession of what?
Possession of a place.
A place?
Correct. So like if you sell drugs out of your house or your car. Or manufacture them, package them.
And also drug therapy or possession of intent to use. We're gonna find probable cause as to each count.
So Judge, with regard to probable cause for 2 charges of possession of a weapon by a felon.
I'll agree to an R and two.
Okay.
Yeah. So we've got a count 1 is 5,000. Count 2 we are released. Count 3. Two counts. What 2 counts?
Count three is the felony cannabis.
No. Count, yeah, count.
There was 2 charges of possession of a weapon by a felon. That's count 1 and count 2. So then count 3 is possession over 20 grams of cannabis, Judge.
And that's the, that's the count 3. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the counters.
Correct.
All right, so count 1 was the one of the farm for the firearm possession. So went 5,000 there and went hard over. Count 2, count 3 is the 20 grams of cannabis, 500. Count 4. Is
So there's
against
2 counts of count 4, I think, because of a sale on March 11th, and then the drugs found. Hold on. It's because of the 2 sales.
$5,000 each, 4 and 5. Count 6.
6 and 7 is a communication device, maybe 1,000 each, Judge.
How many? 2. $1,000 each. Fine. $1 on count 8.
He said $1, Your Honor?
$1. Drug paraphernalia. $250.
Your Honor, so it's 5,000 ROR, 500, 5,000, 5,000, 1,000, 1,000, $1, and $250.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Emmanuel Jackson. Petty theft to conviction, Mr. Jackson. Are you, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Let me just get a acknowledgement. On probable cause. When-
Probable cause for a petty theft, 2nd degree misdemeanor. There's no value. They indicate that Mr. Jackson has prior convictions, but they don't indicate that it is for theft. So it would be a 2nd degree misdemeanor, petty theft.
The defendant does have an open misdemeanor case and lots of priors requesting a bond.
That's what's your argument about the value.
So I agree with this query. It's a second degree misdemeanor, but I think a bond is appropriate given his prior prison sentence for murder as well as his open case.
So we're gonna charge him only with petty theft?
Yes.
$2,500.
Judge, it's a second degree misdemeanor, standard bonds $150. It would be a second degree misdemeanor, Judge.
500. They were from Walmart. Mr. Jackson. Bourbon's Lane, is that you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Grant theft of a vehicle.
It should be a third degree felony.
I would ask for pretrial services.
I see some prior criminal history out of Jacksonville, including probation violations, jail sentences.
Find probable cause. Trial. 5,000.
Pretrial alternate 5,000?
Yes.
Would you do standard of 2,500, Judge?
Sorry, 2,500. Yeah. Also. Tom? Hafa Adoma? That you?
Yes, yes, sir.
What's your name?
Taka Doma.
Thank you. Charges are trafficking in cocaine, arms, selling of cocaine within 1,000 feet of a school, possession of cocaine with a firearm, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. We'll find probable cause for all charges. Count one, 7,500,
Judge count one, it should be no bonds.
no bond.
Armed trafficking, yes.
I would ask if you would set a bond, Judge.
Mr. Adoma has lots of contact with the system. He's a 6-time convicted felon, according to the pay form. His last charge of retail theft in April of 23. Well, there's no bond on count one. Count two. $5,000. Count three. 5,000. Count four. 7,500. 17,500 total.
At count five, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I didn't see count five. Possession of a place. That was the same thing we had last case. It's an F1.
Because of the gun, I think.
Yeah, I understand that, but isn't that subsumed into all the other charges?
It's a separate crime to have a place where you deal or manufacture the drug.
There. Otherwise,
If Ramon wants to set that at 1,000, that's fine, because he's no bond already on one.
2,500 on count five. Peña Fleitas. Fleitas Peña 80. First name.
May qualify for pre-trial.
Need a Spanish interpreter, please.
Mr. Peña, the charge is grand theft in the third degree of a vehicle.
Señor Peña, se le acusa de hurto mayor en el tercer grado por el hurto de un vehículo.
Cause, pre-trial, is it? Unopened bond. $2,500.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, what was the bond?
I'm sorry?
This is the interpreter. I couldn't hear what the bond was.
$2,500 is an alternate bond.
Si haya motivo fundado, se le otorga liberación bajo un programa. La fianza alternativa es de $2,500.
Fernando Venero.
He refused court, Your Honor.
Was on to set the bonds. Actually, I think he's no bond corrections on the F-22 case.
He's sentenced till April 1st, 2025.
What do you want to do, Squirty?
We can waive his presence.
Family and detainee by a visitor. I have detainee on a visitor or other detainee. It's a F, what, is it F1? F3, 2,500.
Yeah, you said 2,500, correct?
I did. Garcia. Frivolous, Alicia Garcia Frivolous. POO. Alicia.
Who is that, Your Honor?
That's the name of the judge.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I think I was reading the wrong name.
Do we have a defender? Corrections?
I see Wilbur Wilcox as the next one on calendar, Judge. He's on the bottom of page 13.
I'm reading the name of the judge. Sorry. Wilbur Wilcox.
Mr. Wilcox is awarding.
We can reset Mr. Wilcox.
Tomorrow? Not gonna be here with that. We said more D. Reset for tomorrow. What's tomorrow's date? Today's the 20th. Barak Israel.
Here is the court.
We'll waive its presence.
It's an added charge.
Standard bond is 2,500.
We'll find probably sit bond 2,500. And he's got a whole
It's just added.
charge, whatever he's got previously. Okay. Arik Elijah Stubbs McGee. McBee.
He refused court.
We'll waive its presence.
And the victim's name is Nathaniel Sweeting.
Thank you.
Find probable cause. 2,500. Daniel DeFrosters. That's Frosters.
Refused court.
We'll waive its presence.
Added charges on 2 of them. Oh, I'm sorry, only one.
Victim is, it says,
Out by detainee, out of visitor, or other detainee.
Natan Shao, it spells Natanchel Pena.
He's spelling his name?
The PD needs the victim's name for conflicts. To check for conflicts.
Presence is waived. Pause 2,500. Next and last. Denny Fear, I think.
Refused court.
You know, waive his presence.
We'll waive its presence.
Victim is Marcelo Navarro.
Find probable cause 2,500. Okay, 1 hour, folks,
Do you want to do
2:20.
2:20? Okay.
2:20. We'll see you then. Thank you.
20. We'll be at recess. Thank you.
All right, raise your right hand.
Todos de pie y levanten su mano derecha.
All rise and raise your right hand.
De pie y levanten la mano derecha.
All right, and raise your right hand.
Por favor, colóquense de pie y levanten la mano derecha.
Then swear to testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, said this.
Juran o afirman que la declaración que están por dar será la verdad y únicamente la verdad. Por favor, digan lo juro.
May I have a seat?
Pueden tomar asiento.
Madam Secretary, raise your right hand. Do you swear that you will not faithfully interpret from English to Spanish? Spanish speakers, the question asked stands to speak with special ability, has such ability that is.
I do, Patricia Parra, certified and staff court interpreter, for the record. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon to everyone. Can you hear me okay, Your Honor? I'm not able to
Good
hear you.
afternoon.
Just commenting on the microphone that the clerk was using. Can we get the cameras this afternoon?
Yep.
Okay, and Ms. Corey?
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies, and thank you. Let us proceed. Talia Williams.
Yes. President speaks English.
She may qualify for pretrial. I know she came in on bench warrants.
She got free.
Services on her both bench warrants.
I would ask for pretrial for this case. No probable cause argument.
One count here?
Yes, one count.
Same. Hold on, hold. There. Yeah, it's just very light. My eyes aren't that good, Eric. All right, we're making a finding of probable cause or pretrial. Alternate bond 2,500. Next case, please. Mercedes Cruz Suero.
Whenever the court's ready, I can address.
I didn't hear you.
Whenever you're ready, Judge. So it looks like maybe she's going through some mental.
Yeah. Yes, you look like you have some serious problems.
So some mental health stuff going on. I don't know why she was charged with the 2 counts because there's only 1 child. Maybe she should have been charged with the grand theft auto as well. And it looks like the father of the child took custody of the child.
That's what stated. Okay. So how do we get her some help?
So she's got no criminal history. Maybe pre-trial, and then Your Honor would enter the stay away order and check box number 7. So it does appear that DCF is involved, and she can have contact with the child as long as she's complying with any DCF orders.
DCF was involved.
As parents, let me see. Let me see. It talks about it. Let me see.
I'm not.
Stay away with it. Check members.
It's on page 2 that DCF was contacted.
Right, thanks, Ms. Corey.
But who came and took the child?
I think the dad.
The dad did.
Right. It says they then contacted DCF and spoke with operator and reported the incidents.
Okay.
So I would ask for pretrial services for Miss Cruzuero, and I would ask if she would be able to have supervised visitation with her child.
And the state's requesting that Your Honor defer to DCF. Right now, I don't think she's in a position to adequately care for the child.
Pre-trial, I'm sorry. We'll find probable cause for 1 count.
Right.
Child neglect, no great bodily harm. Order pre-trial. And an alternate bond, $2,500.
Your Honor, that's on count one. And what about count two?
I don't believe there is a count. So we're
They
gonna,
charged her with 2 counts.
what?
They charged her with 2 counts.
So no probable cause release outright for count two?
Oh, that's what we'll, okay. No, nobody's seen count two.
Release outright count two.
Yes.
Yes.
And issue the stay away order subject to DCF.
Would you allow supervised visitation, Judge? If she's supervised by an adult?
Yes, we can do that.
Judge, unless DCF says otherwise, I guess. Because they're gonna do a thorough investigation.
All right, Ms. Cruz, where are the court is going to issue a pretrial, I'm sorry, a stay away order which commands that you have no drugs, no firearms, and that any contact that you have with AC, the child, is going to be supervised by DCF or otherwise governed by DCF or a third party, a child's third party has to be there. I suppose you should speak to the child's father and work something out in that regard. Is she going to be able to go home?
Ms. Bird, does she live with the father of her child?
No, no, Judge.
So no issue.
So we don't have any issue there. Okay, who's the next one? Mr. Maxwell?
This is Mahogany Maxwell.
My name is Mahogany Maxwell, Your Honor.
Well, that would be Mr. Maxwell. That would be Mr. Maxwell.
Miss Maxwell.
Miss Maxwell.
Yeah, I just got a little bald head. I was looking a little ugly, officer.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Miss Maxwell, you're charged with burglary of an occupied dwelling, trespass the property after warning, cruelty to animals, and loitering or prowling. Let me take a look here. Does Miss Waxwell have a place to live? That she lives really?
She indicates that she has a place to stay, Judge.
I never go.
Oh. Which one?
Do maybe house arrest instead?
House arrest?
Would you order an end of pre-trial, Judge?
I'll go to pre-trial. I'd rather go supervised. We're gonna find probable cause, that's all counts.
Judge, on count 2, it does not indicate that it was occupied. Looks like it was unoccupied at the time.
Occupied though.
Occupied. People came home, so I guess it was unoccupied. That drops it down to an F3.
But it's a dwelling, it's still an F2. No.
Animal cruelty. That's what I'm trying to find.
So the puppies were malnourished, and also said that she only fed them chips and snacks. Their rib cage was protruding through their torso.
Find probable cause.
Just with regard to count 3, it doesn't seem like there's anything for a basis of cruelty to animals. Looks like whatever Miss Maxwell was eating, she was feeding to the dogs. They don't indicate that anything was intentional. They don't indicate that they took the dog to a vet and that the dogs were harmed in any way.
It says they were malnourished and their ribs were protruding through their torso. Properly fed.
The officer.
Animal control said very malnourished, not properly taken care of.
No, I'm not finding probable cause. I don't know where she's loitering and prowling, though. She's in the house and then she runs. Okay, let's start. Burglary at an unoccupied dwelling. All right, so what we said was breach one.
Thanks for causing a bond. She burglarized somebody's home and then she's mistreating these animals and she's got numerous priors.
I tried to ask if you order in the pre-trial. There's nothing indicating she's purposely trying to hurt any of her dogs.
I didn't hurt my dogs, so I just want.
But she should go into somebody's house and take their items.
I'm gonna order breach wrong. And it's an unoccupied dwelling. So it's an altered upon unit. 2,500, count 1. Count 2, trespass, 500. Count 3, animal cruelty, 500. Count 4, loitering and prowling, no PC.
Release outright?
Release outright.
Your Honor, what was count 3, the animal cruelty?
500. And stay away order from Douglas Osco Gomez. That place where you were arrested, you're nearby. 7028 Northwest 6066. They had trouble there.
Count 5, the petty theft?
I'm sorry, I didn't see the count 5. $250.
Pretrial has overstates objection.
Judge, she says thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. You're welcome.
Your Honor, the next defendant, John Gianelli, is Ward D, reset for tomorrow.
Well, just, we have a private attorney whenever you're ready for Mr. Shake on page 9.
Was it a refusal this morning or was Wardy this morning too?
No, he was refused this morning. Now it's Ward D.
Okay, got it.
Hold on, let me catch up with my paperwork. Here, hold on. GNC was it refused?
It's Ward D, Your Honor, reset for tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Tomorrow's the 20th.
Yes.
This is Mr. Jermaine Brown, Travis Brown.
Yes, this is Mr. Travis Brown.
And, we have today we have a private attorney for him.
I think there's a family member here for one moment, Judge. I'm going to promote.
Hello.
Before we start, Mr. Brown is out on bond. Corrections.
Yes, on F24116004.
Charge here is aggravated battery with great bodily harm. Hold on, please.
So, Judge, I believe his sister is here in court on Zoom.
I see somebody on, looks like a camera.
Hello.
All right, Matt, just a second, please.
You're not here? Sorry.
Fortunate now.
All right, so okay. We identify yourself, please, ma'am.
Mika, I'm Travis' sister.
You want to ask a question, Ms. F?
Ma'am, what do you want to tell the judge? Why'd you come to court?
Oh, well, the reason that my brother is there is because he had a seizure. And after the seizure, I guess he came back aggressive, how normal people come after a seizure. And he didn't mean to hit me, but he hit me. But I don't want to stay away order, or I don't want him to be charged or anything, because it wasn't purposely or intentionally.
Thank you for coming in, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Has this happened before?
No.
This is the first time he ever had a seizure.
Oh no, he have seizures. He's have a history of seizures. He's on medication for the seizures. He did. CVS pharmacy didn't have his medicine at the time, so that's what caused him to have the seizure yesterday.
But he used to go to the doctor and takes his meds?
Yes. They just was backed up at CVS. So he ended up having a seizure and he came back a different person.
Let me see your injuries.
And Miss Brown, the judge wants to see where you got stitches.
Oh, me? Oh.
Yeah. So like right above your eye.
Yeah.
We should live together?
Yes, he was staying with me.
He's out on bond. I'm gonna hold for division.
Judge, I would ask that you find no probable cause. Ms. Brown indicated this was not intentional as a result of his seizure and not having his medications, led to him having a seizure. That was not an intentional act. So I would ask that you find no probable cause, release him outright, and not hold him on F2411604.
What's the charge on F2411604?
Resisting with violence. I mean, I know that the context of the seizure and the medical episode, but it does say that he punched her in the face. So it wasn't like the door accidentally hit her or anything like that.
When a person have a seizure, they come back. They don't come back normal. They could either come back normal, they could come back aggressive, they could come back lost, they could come back any type of way. That's.
Thank you, ma'am. Just a second, please. Okay, just let me take care of my business here. Ms. F, what happened? Hold on. Go. All right, you're back. Ms. F, can we reduce this to a simple battery?
I mean, technically it's an agbat because of the stitches, but Your Honor could, find probable cause.
I'll find probable cause for simple battery.
Will be over defense objection, Judge. His sister indicated this was not an intentional act. It was due to not having medication and having a seizure. I would ask that you not hold Mr. Brown on F2411604. He shouldn't be punished for CVS not being able to fill his prescription in time.
He's got prior domestic violence arrests for crimes of violence, and he's got the open resisting ones.
Well, and I'm not going to have to stay away where.
So just modify it just so they can have contact, just not violent.
Well, I'm going to send them to the division and let them take care of it. And I suggest that the lady go to court tomorrow. We'll be in court before Judge Gamez.
So Judge, you're issuing a stay away order or will you do a modified stay away order?
No, I'm not issuing a stay order
Okay.
because I'll let that go to the division. And I'm just gonna issue it on the basis of a simple battery and a bond of $2,500 with a hold. Let it go to the division tomorrow. Man, he's gonna be before Judge Ganez tomorrow.
So is it gonna be a Zoom meeting, a Zoom, or?
I don't know whether Judge Ganez runs his hearings by Zoom or not. You can call his office and find out, or look him up on Google, because it usually is all there. The information is there.
You say Judge Gomez?
Yeah, Gamez, Gamez.
Yeah, it's Carlos Gamez, Gamez. Next case, please. Thank you for being there, man. Understand. Next case, please. Just a minute, sir. Next case. Trevon Jones.
It's an added charge, Your Honor. He's a fugitive from Broward, no bond.
Charges battery on a detainee or resistance or other detainee. Court's find trial to cause. Make this 2,500.
Bond 2,500, Your Honor.
Stay away order from Harold Flores. No, wait a minute. That's a different.
I think that's from a different case, Judge. That's the next case.
Sorry. I don't have a stay away order.
No stay away order.
For Trevon Jones. Next case. Do we have Marcel Arenas there, or is this Mr. Jones?
This is Mr. Jones.
Okay. Marcel Arenas.
He's on felony bond.
Spanish, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Arenas, you're before the court on charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or attempted aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and possession of a controlled substance, alleged crystal meth. Stand by, let me review.
Señor Farinas, usted se encuentra aquí por acometimiento agravado con arma mortífera y también por tenencia de sustancia controlada. Se presume que es metanfetamina en cristales.
Probable cause.
Encuentro de que hay motivo fundado.
Count 1, 2,500. Count 2, 2,500.
Cargo 1, 2,500. Cargo 2, 2,500 de fianza.
And with the hold, Your Honor?
Yes.
Y en un auto de detención.
Stay away from Harold Flores.
Orden de alejamiento de Harold Flores.
Next case, please. David Denard.
Maybe pre-trial for Mr. Denard.
I have no probable cause argument. I would ask for pretrial, please.
Find probable cause, order pretrial. Alternate bond. On the cocaine. Is it at 2,500. The task is 500. Daryl first.
I don't think pre-trial is gonna take him with those priors, maybe tap.
Is Mr. Hurst?
Yes, Mr. Hurst.
Mr. Hurst, you're before the court on charges of possession of cocaine, crack specifically, tampering with physical evidence, resisting an officer without violence, possession of drug paraphernalia with intent. It's just he's not qualified for pretrial.
I'd ask for tap, Judge, and I'd ask to find no probable cause for the tampering with physical evidence. There's nothing indicating he attempted to tamper with anything.
Said to kick it away.
I'm gonna find no conceit on count two.
Base outright count two.
Yes.
Attack the case number F255664.
He does have an address, so we can get him noticed by mail.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, did you set the bonds?
I'm getting there.
Okay.
Finding three probable causes to count one, possession of cocaine, 2,500. Count two was
Or to release outright.
Base outright count two.
yes. Count three, resisting without 250. Count four, possession of drug theft.
They actually charged 2 counts of resisting without violence. I'd ask that you ROR him on the second one.
So that would be count number 4.
Correct.
With a release. Outright.
So, count 4, is that going to be released outright or ROR? The second resisting officer without violence, count 4, is that going to be ROR or release outright?
Release outright. Drug paraphernalia in count 4, 5. 500. Next case. Thank you. Gregory Smith.
We know the victim went to the hospital, but I'm not sure if he's got serious bodily injury, so maybe just battery on the elderly.
Mr. Smith also has a civil ref for child support, $500 cash.
We the age of the victim.
The date of birth, it's listed in the second paragraph. Victim was born 3/5/39, so over 65.
Well. I'll go with battery.
On the elderly, correct, Judge? The standard bond is 5,000.
Then the pre-trial.
But the state's requesting the standard bond. The victim was hospitalized. He's well over 65. I believe a bond is appropriate.
Judge, Mr. Smith is currently homeless.
Yes.
So pre-trial, so you can't get pre-trial tap doesn't take batteries. Tap won't take a battery.
Yeah, I guess he's not gonna get it. He's not gonna get it because the pre-trial is not gonna take him. So battery on the elderly. And it's one count,
Yes.
2,500. Let's say we order from Mario to Leo. Mr. Smith? You hear me? Stay away from Mario Trujillo.
Tell my side of the story, but
No, this is not the time we tell your side of the story. That's not how this is done. You get a chance to do that, but not right now, sir. Perhaps you'll come up with a program for him. 2,500. Go to the next case. Rebel Theo. Mr. Garcia?
Spanish interpreter, please.
Yes.
Is this Mr. Garcia?
¿Es usted el señor García?
Yes, sir. Sí, señor.
Todo en español.
Target who reported grand theft in second degree.
Usted ha sido acusado de hurto en mayor cuantía en el segundo grado,
Organized fraud, $20,000 or more, less than $50,000, exploitation of the elderly, and communication device, unlawful use of a communication device. You have a Nebula hold also.
también uso ilegal de un dispositivo, también agresión contra personas de la tercera edad, hurto en mayor cuantía de más de $20,000. También tiene una retención por nevia, requisito nevia.
Corrections?
Yes, Your Honor.
What, you have a warrant for him?
No, Judge, they just want to make sure he doesn't get released before the court rules on the Nebula.
Okay.
No tienen una retención, solamente quieren asegurarse de que él no sea liberado de la cárcel hasta que el juez dictamine sobre el requisito nevia.
Oh, there's more charges.
Hay más cargos.
Identification and use in possession of a controlled substance. There's protective in conjunction in violation and threatening phone calls or harassing.
Tiene también un asunto de identificación, posesión de tenencia controlada, quebrantamiento de orden de protección judicial, llamadas amenazantes.
Of course, you're going to find probable cause.
Judge,
The
I can be heard
Simplemente voy
on
a
probable
encontrar,
cause, please.
I'm sorry?
I can be heard on probable cause, please.
simplemente voy a encontrar motivos fundados y puedo ser oída por el motivo fundado, ha dicho la defensa.
And Ms. Craig, before you start, I'm stipulating to an ROR on 7 through 14.
Para que comience, estoy acordando en libertad bajo palabra sobre los cargos 7 al 14, ha dicho la fiscal.
And then my argument then, in addition to that, is on count 5, there's nothing indicating that he had possession of personal identifying information. And with regard to the protective injunction violation, there's nothing indicating he was served with the temporary protective injunction. And on the last count, threatening phone calls, there's nothing indicating that any of the phone calls were of a threatening nature.
Bien, para el cargo número 5, tenencia de identificación personal, no hay nada que indique esto. Para el cargo 6, quebrantamiento de orden de protección judicial, no hay nada que indique de que él fue notificado con la orden de protección judicial. Y en el último cargo, que las llamadas hayan sido de carácter amenazante.
Just to respond, the personal information would be her banking information.
Solamente para responder, la información personal sería la información bancaria de ella.
The statute also talks about harassing, not just threatening phone calls.
El estatuto también se refiere a acoso, no simplemente a llamadas de carácter amenazante.
It even does reference,
Ms. F,
yes,
besides the 7, count 7, 14, was it your stipulating there are other?
correct, because they charged him for every Xanax pill. It should just be 1 count.
Simplemente verificando de que la fiscal ha solicitado que para los cargos 7 al 14 se le conceda a usted la libertad bajo palabra, porque solamente es una pastilla de Xanax, o sea, solamente un cargo.
I think you referred to something to the others, but let me start and tell me what the others were when we go to them. All right, count 1 of the grand theft in the 3rd degree.
Judge, after you make a probable cause finding, I would ask if we can reset Mr. Castillo tomorrow from possible hospitalization.
Su señoría, después de que usted dé su motivo fundado, su hallazgo judicial de motivo fundado, le pediría que reprogramemos al señor Castillo para mañana para hospitalización.
The state's requesting a bond plus Nebia.
La fiscalía solicita fianza, además de el requisito Nevia.
Finding probable cause and we proceed accordingly. On grand theft, count 1, 5,000.
Estoy encontrando motivo fundado para el cargo 1, hurto en mayor cuantía, $5,000.
Organized frauds on count 2, $20,000 or more, less than $50,000, 5,000.
Para el cargo 2, fraude organizado, más de $20,000, pero I'm sorry, I need to finish interpreting, please. Menos de $50,000 son $5,000 de fianza.
You won't let him go to the hospital, Judge?
Pues usted no lo va a dejar que él vaya al hospital.
I'm sorry, Judge, I didn't catch you.
Sent him to division.
I'm sorry, the interpreter didn't hear
He'll
or
be
understand.
sent to division.
Thank you.
Let me
Usted
finish
será
it.
enviado a la división correspondiente.
For the elderly, 5,000.
La agresión contra personas de la tercera edad, 5,000.
Communications device, 1,000.
Uso ilícito de un dispositivo de comunicaciones, $1,000.
Count 5. Identification, personal use of
Cargo 5 por la identificación,
$1,000.
$1,000.
Count 6 is the first count on the Xanax.
Cargo 6, el primer cargo sobre el Xanax,
5,000.
5,000.
Standard bond is 2,500.
But the judge didn't set the standard bond on the other counts either.
La fianza reglamentaria es $2,500, pero el juez no fijó fianza reglamentaria en los otros cargos. $5,000 para ese cargo.
Count 6. Count 6, that was count 6. Count 7 through 14, state is stipulated to RR. Count 8 is the
That's the injunction, Judge. There's nothing indicating it was served. They're just saying it was obtained on March 13th. And this is already March 18th and he was arrested. So there's nothing indicating he was served in between.
For count 8, release.
Bien, para los cargos 7 al 14, libertad bajo palabra. Cargo 8, sale en libertad.
The protective injunction violation release outright, Your Honor.
Yes.
Cargo 15, la violación de la orden de protección judicial, es liberación de la cárcel sin condiciones.
And the threatening phone calls. Where does that come from?
So it's the state's position, there would be harassing phone calls.
Viene las llamadas amenazantes, es la postura de la fiscalía que son llamadas de acoso.
So he's contacted her multiple times via the phone and third parties.
Él ha contactado a ella múltiples veces a través del teléfono y otras partes.
$1,000 count 16.
$1,000 para el cargo 16.
And the state's request for Nevia.
Nevia.
Y la solicitud de la fiscalía de requisito Nevia y la Nevia.
Your Honor, count 1, 2, and 3, 5,000 each.
Yes.
4 and 5, 1,000 each. Count 6, 5,000. Count 7 through 14, ROR. Count 15, release outright. Count 16, 1,000. That's with a Nebia.
Right. Well, all of them are with Nevia.
All with Nebia, yes.
All with Nevia.
Todos los cargos tienen el requisito Nevia.
Regarding hospitalization. That's it. And I'm going to issue a stay away order for him. Got him legal division. He's going to go to, he's back. All right. Castillo, on the issue of stay away order from NT. Well, as soon as the lady that's involved there.
Señor Castillo, le voy a dictar una orden de alejamiento de NT que asumo que es la dama con la que está involucrada aquí, no puede tener contacto alguno con ella.
We'll be in court tomorrow with Judge James, Zachary James.
Usted estará en el tribunal mañana ante el juez Zachary James.
Eugene King.
Es todo.
Judge, also there's a private attorney corrections. Can we try to take Louis T out of turn when you have a chance?
Yes, he's here.
Okay.
What number is he?
Number 25.
So Judge, this is Mr. King, and then after that corrections, we'll be getting Mr. Shaki.
Okay. Hold on, give me all right, go ahead and get the name out of there while we're doing Mr. King. This is Mr. King here?
Yes.
Mr. King was with the lady earlier, Mahogany, the Maxwell. He's co-defendant. I'm not sure, but in this one, they charge unoccupied dwelling. The other one, I thought we changed unoccupied dwelling. Just an observation.
Judge, I would ask you to find probable cause for Mr. King for trespass. Does not appear that he went into the home with the intent to take anything. In fact, the arrest form indicates that he had pointed out he didn't want to get into trouble, and that's why he left. So it looks like
He was observed exiting the house with a suitcase.
Is that right?
He was observed exiting the house with a suitcase, wasn't he?
It doesn't indicate that the suitcase didn't belong to him.
When he saw the co-defendant taking property.
On burglary. Count one. 2,500. Count two. Possession of cocaine. 2,500. Does he qualify for anything here?
I would ask for pre-trial, Judge. All I see is a withhold on a trespass.
Pre-trial?
First order.
All order means a pre-trial.
Thank you.
So all the bonds as stated.
It's overstates objection.
And stay away from Mr. King from Douglas Gomez. Not have any contact with that person. All right, who's the out of order?
Yeah, put them at the top. They said it was number 25. I believe that's number.
Defendant David. Defendant David Chuck G. And who's the attorney?
Krista Cost.
Can we promote them, please?
I'll promote him right now.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
As I see you. Are you on Zoom?
I am not. I just have it on audio right now. I can put it on video. I apologize. I was not dressed for court.
Don't worry about it. I'm just looking at you. I was looking for you. All right, let me. I need a defendant. All right, I see you now, sir. All right, this is your defendant. This is your client, Louis Shaquin.
Correct, Your Honor. Yes.
I want to know that I got it. What happened here? Can we get the public defender back on?
I'm right here, Judge.
All right, we lost your picture for a minute. Can I have an acknowledgement that this is Mr. Shaquin, or I'm mispronouncing his name, so let him correct me?
Yes, Jesse.
Thank you. Now, charge of cannabis, selling manufacturing or possession with intent to sell. It's well armed.
All right, so It's a traffic stop that council's probably gonna challenge. There was an odor of marijuana. They found a gun and 18 pounds of cannabis.
ASAF is completely correct. She knows me too well. Yes, Your Honor, I would raise that. I did review the A form and there's search issues to me.
There's probable cause though.
Okay, can I get moving sideways, please? Okay, I was just gonna read the charges right this second, then I was gonna read the A form. So if you give me a chance.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so count one, we just discussed. Count two, possession of cannabis, 20 grams or more. Here it's plus or minus 18 pounds, and count three is use and display of a firearm while committing a felony. Now, let's see what we got.
And I'll agree to the RR 30.
Yeah.
Okay. So the state's agreeing to an RR on count three.
Yeah, it's in count 1 and 2, it's the same cannabis, but there was a lot of cannabis and he did have a gun.
Your Honor, I believe, sorry.
So which ones are you proceeding with?
1 and 2. Maybe 2,500 each count. I don't know how council feels about that.
Upstead of the same, it's the same cannabis.
Right, so one he's charged with having over 20 grams, and the other count he's charged for having the intent to distribute.
Your Honor, and I'd say that that's a lesser included offense. They're duplicitous charges. At best, I see PC for an armed possession with intent, which I believe is an F2.
That's an F2 and it's count 1. You want to make any further arguments, counsel?
No, Your Honor, I trust the court has heard it all. I do think there's a search issue. Obviously, that doesn't go to PC. As for the amounts, I think that the state is in line with what the appropriate amounts are, perhaps 5,000 total.
Count 1, 5,000. Count 2 was $10.
Is it
Yeah.
$10?
Was that?
I didn't hear what your owner said.
What was count 2, Your Honor?
Unless the state is agreeing to an RR, it's included.
That was count 3.
I'm agreeing to the RR on 3. What was the bond on 2?
I thought that the RR was on 3.
The RR is on 3, yes.
Okay, so now the cannabis is not the one that's subsumed?
That's council's argument.
Separate. Okay, so it's armed. All right, 2,500 council. So 7,500 total.
7,500 total, 5,000 to 2,500 ROR, Your Honor.
Right. Okay, all set, counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Pleasure seeing you. It's been quite a long time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good luck to you, sir. Next case. Anthony Ramos Lopez.
He's in custody on an AC, no bond. Mr. Ramos Lopez is present. He speaks English.
Mr. Ramos Lopez, you're before the court on charges of possession of cocaine And possession of drug paraphernalia with intent to use it. First gonna find probable cause, count 1, 2,500, count 2, 500. And a whole for division. Will be taken tomorrow. Next case, please.
Spanish interpreter for Mr. Javier.
Barrera. Javier, no, okay.
Barrero,
Islam Barrera.
Lan Barrera.
What is your name, sir?
¿Cuál es su nombre, señor?
Islam Barrera Javier.
Islam
Islam.
Islam.
You're before the first sir on charges of committing insurance, submitting false or fraudulent insurance claims.
Usted está ante el tribunal, señor, por presentar solicitudes o aplicaciones fraudulentas a compañías de seguros, 5 cargos.
Grand theft and third degree, 5 counts. And insurance fraud, staging an accident.
Hurto en mayor cuantía en el 3er grado, fraude a compañía de seguros y por montaje de accidente.
Madam Clerk, can you please call corrections?
Did you hear that?
I did.
Any PC arguments?
El juez pregunta si alguien tiene algún argumento legal.
No, Judge.
No, pues.
And the state is requesting a bond plus nebia.
La fiscalía solicita fianza más requisito nevia.
Judge, I see no prior record for Mr. Javier. I would ask if you would consider pretrial services for him if he were to be found guilty in the future and owe anything for restitution, then that money would be able to go pay back the insurance company.
La abogada de la defensa solicita de que se le libere a usted bajo la figura del programa Pretrial Services, ya que usted no tiene antecedentes penales y si usted llegase a deber algo, ese dinero sería aplicado a la indemnización, la reparación de los daños, al seguro.
How long has been in Miami?
¿Hace cuánto que está en Miami? Pregunta la fiscal. ¿Hace cuánto que está en Miami?
For 2 years.
2 años.
2 years.
So I count 11 accounts here altogether, am I correct? 5, 10,
Yes.
all right,
State's requesting maybe 2,500 each count with the nebia.
Hay 11 cargos en total. La fiscalía solicita $2,500 de fianza en cada uno de los cargos, además de el requisito nevia.
counts 1 through 5, 2,500 each.
Cargos.
Count 6 through 10, $2,000 each. Count 11, $2,500.
Bien, para los cargos 1 al 5, $2,500 de fianza. Cargos 6 al 10, $2,000 de fianza. Cargo número 11, $2,500 de fianza. Además del requisito nevia.
You said with the Nevia, Your Honor?
Yes. Next case, please. By the way, that takes the 21-page A form. Oscar Zelaya.
President, he speaks English.
Actually, I don't have a name for this day of my order.
You don't have a name?
Correct.
Well, when you want to answer, I don't have a name. Mr. Zelaya, you're charged with aggravated assault with a firearm and 2 counts of grand theft with a firearm. in charge of F3s on aggravated assault.
Yes,
The F3.
yes, the state's requesting a bond plus house arrest.
with 2 counts of grand theft.
2 stolen guns.
Any argument on this court?
No, Judge.
Court's gonna find probable cause on aggravated assault with a firearm, 2,500. Now it's gotta make that 3,000. Okay, aggravated assault with a firearm, $2,500 each.
So Judge, I know Your Honor can't issue the stay away order because you don't have the victim's name, but would Your Honor at least order that the defendant not use or possess any firearms? And again, the state is requesting that if the defendant posts the bond, he be placed on house arrest level 2.
Judge, can you repeat the bonds?
Okay. First, let's deal with the theft, and then we'll repeat the bonds. I think that's a good idea, Michelle. Okay. If the defendant makes bond, house arrest.
And what are the bonds?
I'll tell you in a second. Level 2.
That's the state's request.
That means you can go to court, you can go to your doctors, you can go to your attorney's office. Otherwise, you're at home. You go to work also. The bonds are 3,000 count 1 and 2,500 count 2 and 3.
That's plus house arrest, correct?
Plus house. If he makes bond, then house arrest kicks in.
Yes, Your Honor.
And we're going to issue the stay away order. No guns, no drugs. And as soon as we find out who the person is, we'll issue the stay away order. Oscar Goodman. Mr. Goodman?
Yes.
Mr. Goodman charges trafficking cocaine while armed. 28 grams with less than 150 grams. Sale, manufacture, possession with intent to sell controlled substance, methamphetamine, and possession of a firearm by convicted felons. But you're going to find probable cause at each count.
So, Judge, it's not clear from the arrest form if the weight of the cocaine was weighed with the baggies and a bottle, a clear bottle.
So it's the 21 grams, the 134 pieces of crack, plus the 17 baggies.
So the total weight of all of it is 28.5, but they're also indicating there's baggies and a clear pill bottle. In all likelihood, the weight included the bottle and the baggies. So in all likelihood, it is not a trafficking amount.
Definitely the baggies, maybe not the bottle, but it is over the 28 grams.
So Judge, I would at least either ask you to find possession with intent, or have the officer come for a probable cause hearing about how he weighed the substances.
The officer comes up to 32 grams.
Pardon?
The officer's count comes up to 32 grams.
No, because 4 of those grams were meth.
I'm sorry?
4 grams were methamphetamine.
So just on count 2, it addresses meth. That's 4 grams according to the arrest form. So what's remaining when they refer to cocaine, it's a maximum of 28.5 grams. It's 28 for trafficking, but they're including, they also indicate that there are 17 baggies. They also indicate that there's a clear pill bottle. All that can definitely weigh over a half a gram. Assuming that what the officers wrote is true.
Officer in tomorrow for PC.
I'll subpoena the officer for 10:30.
I'm sorry?
I'll subpoena the officer for 10:30.
Thank you. Let's go to the next case, please. Diaz. That's here. Mr. Diaz?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Diaz, you're charged with possession or introduction into a county facility of what?
Drugs? Suspect cocaine?
He's arrested in or at TGK.
Right, so he was arrested, they take him to TGK, and then they find the drugs during a pat down.
Judge, I would ask you if I know probable cause for count 1. At best, if they're claiming it came from Mr. Diaz, it looks like they did not pat him down correctly before bringing him into custody. Not that he's trying to introduce anything into the facility.
I don't know if he was given the opportunity to disclose or the drugs, maybe $1 on the introduction. And then if you're on, would set a $2,500 bond for the cocaine.
Let's do it that way. Count one, $1. Count two, 2,500.
Judge, would you consider the TAP program for Mr. Diaz?
It was 4 grams. He's also in custody on a misdemeanor, and he's got numerous priors, including a 15-day sentence from the 17th. So that was 2 days ago.
Or no, I'm sorry. Next page, please.
Next.
Michael Hawthorne.
It's set for PCH tomorrow.
I'm sorry.
Set for probable cause hearing tomorrow.
Okay. I see that he was here yesterday, or he was here this morning.
This morning.
He was here this morning.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Yes.
This is Pavel.
¿Es usted Pavel?
Sí.
Yes.
Mr. Pavel is one of the defendants with the other gentleman, Islam.
Yes.
El señor Pavel es el coacusado con el otro caballero de Islam.
Requesting the same bond.
Estoy solicitando el mismo monto de fianza, ha dicho la fiscal.
All right, first gonna find probable cause.
Voy a encontrar motivo fundado, que hay base legal para los cargos.
500 each.
500, Your Honor.
500.
Count 1 through 5, 2,500 each.
Count 6 through 11. 6 through 10, I'm sorry. 6 through 10, $2,000 each.
Cargo 1 al 5, $2,500 en cada uno de los cargos. Cargo 6 al 10, $2,000. I'm sorry, Your Honor. This is the interpreter speaking. What was the last charge? The last count?
Counts 1 through 5 is 2,500. Count 6 through 10 is 2,000 each. And count 11 is 2,500.
Thank you, Your Honor. Y el cargo 11, $2,500.
Your Honor, is that with the Nebbia?
The other gentleman here.
Thank you.
Y esto es con un requisito Nebbia.
This is number 3, Oscar Mustel Elias or Salas. We can get the next defendant, please.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Yes.
This is the third defendant in that group.
Este es el tercer acusado de ese grupo.
Make a final probable cause. Counts 1 through 5, $2,500 each. Count 6 through 10, $2,000 each. Count 11, $2,500. Nevia.
Presento mi hallazgo de motivo fundado en todos los cargos. Cargos 1 al 5, $2,500 en cada uno de los cargos en la fianza. Cargos 6 al 10, $2,000 en cada uno de los cargos. Cargo número 11, $2,500 de fianza, además del requisito Nevia.
Next defendant is Hafid Abdur Rabani. We've got 2A forms. Is Mr. Rabani?
Sir. Yes, I'm here for
Charged with an organized scheme of the fraud, Mr. Rabani. All right, case number 5661, ending in 5661. Which one to find probable cause?
So Judge, these are from 2024, June, in March of 2024. They're about a year old, Judge.
That's I understand. Still gonna set a bond for $2,500. And bond on at 3. Case ending in 5660. Same charges, grand theft. No, I'm sorry, different charges. Grand theft in the 3rd degree. Organized scheme for fraud. Both have 3s.
Judge, Mr. Abdur has a newborn daughter. These are from about a year ago. Would Your Honor consider any sort of reduction?
Crossing standard bond. His address on the A form is Georgia. He's taking advantage of tourists on Miami Beach. He's got an open false name after arrest.
He came down here for that misdemeanor case, and that's when he was arrested on these new charges when he was in town taking care of the misdemeanor false name case.
Congratulations on that basis.
Judge currently is attending college, and he's trying to get things together so he can take care of his newborn child.
So he had a bench warrant on that misdemeanor case.
Not probable cause for both charges. And $2,500 each charge. Then we can make bonds. Now, if I'm saying it's going to say with the order of MA, that means you have to have any contact with that person. Probably each of these are your victims. And BS, except victim number 2. No contact with yourself or any third party, sir. Andreas De La Rosa, is out on probation on an F-17 case.
Yes, Your Honor. He's a VFOX. He's on probation at F-16-14364 and F-17-13880B.
Mr. De La Rosa is present. He speaks English.
Give me the F-16 case number again.
F-16-14364.
In this case, you're charged with possession of a controlled substance alleged to be DMA. You will find probable cause. Bonds $2,500.
And the hold, Your Honor.
Isaac Sanchez.
Mr. Sanchez is present. He speaks English.
Mr. Sanchez, you're charged with battery on a police officer or correctional officer. Resisting an officer with violence and criminal mischief, $1,000 or more. Hold on, I don't agree with this. You have any, progress with that?
Nothing I'm aware of. Requesting a bond.
First off, pause. Pre-trial. $2,500 each count.
It's over state's objection. He was violent with the officers.
I'm sorry. They'll come interview for pre-trial, sir.
Pardon, Judge?
I told them they would come to interview for pre-trial. Next case, please. Emmanuel Jefferson.
He's a violent felony offender, special concern. He's on probation on F-19 18162.
It's Mr. Jefferson.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mr. Jefferson, charges today are selling possession of cocaine within 1,000 feet of the school, battery on a police officer or corrections officer. Count 3 is tampering with physical evidence, and count 4 is zoning or location for the purposes of trafficking. With the information regarding the school.
1 second. It does say that there's a charter school less than 1,000 feet from the house.
There's a charter school.
Less than 1,000 feet from the location.
So, Judge, there's nothing indicating that there's any sort of intent to sell, Judge. I would ask that you find public cause at best for possession of cocaine for count 1, and no public cause for count 4. They say there's a silver spoon, there's some residue. So if anything else, it looks like usage.
There's also the scales and the baggies and the money. $1,090 consistent with sales.
It's consistent with a lot of other things too. It's also consistent with his employment, Judge.
The court's gonna find probable cause as to each count. I'll account for count 4 on the bonds, in the bonds. It is with your school. Okay, count 1's gonna be $7,500.
Judge, you're finding probable cause of over defense objection. There's nothing indicating any attempt to sell or distribute, Judge. And there's nothing indicating trafficking for count 4. Over defense objection.
Number, that section also encompasses sales, not just trafficking. Money, except for all that.
I'm sorry, it's 7,500 count 1. Count 2. $2,500. Count 3, 1,000. Count 4, $100.
And the hold, Your Honor?
With a hold, yes. Wilcox.
4D reset for tomorrow.
You want to waive his presence as court and reset?
He was working.
I don't have his jail card.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought we were talking about Arnold. I apologize.
Step tomorrow.
Okay.
Next defendant, Taylor Jamari, NBC.
You can waive his presence.
Two-way forms. Battery on detainee or visitor. By
Just set a $2,500 bond.
yeah.
Next defendant, Arnold Javon, NBC, also added charge.
He's in custody on a murder charge.
We can waive his presence.
Devon Arnold. Arnold.
NBC.
NBC.
We'll waive his presence, Judge.
$2,500 on the battery by a detainee on a visitor or other detainee. And that's a wrap, folks.
One more, Judge.
I have an in-state fugitive that we reset from the morning, Mr. Padron Marchetti.
We'll need the Spanish interpreter for Mr. Padron Marchetti.
Yes.
I remember the face, but I don't remember the A form. What's that?
They'll have to tell you that.
All right, Ms. F.
So it looks like Lee County did agree to a bond. The bond is $3,000. And the defendant's got to appear for arraignment Monday, April 14th. Interpreter, need a second?
Yes, thank you. Bien, aparentemente el condado de Lee estuvo de acuerdo en una fianza de $3,000. El acusado deberá presentarse para la lectura oficial de los cargos el día lunes 14 de abril. Thank you.
At 8:30 at the Lee County Justice Center, courtroom 8A.
A las 8:30 de la mañana en Lee County Court Center en la sala judicial 8A.
Also a stay away order, and his bondsman has to contact, I guess, the state attorney's office to make sure the case makes the arraignment docket.
También hay una orden judicial de alejamiento y su afianzador debe contactar, supongo, a la oficina de la Fiscalía Estatal para asegurarse de que llegue usted a la lectura oficial de los cargos.
You have an extradition calendar?
On the
Yes.
in-state warrant.
In-state.
Yes.
Es una orden dentro del estado. de
So Judge, if
arresto.
it's okay with you, I have an order prepared for a bond of 3,000 with his future court date in it and his current address. That's the same address on the arrest form. If I can confirm the address, is it good of you?
Yeah.
He confirmed.
Bien, si usted está de acuerdo, señor juez, yo puedo preparar la orden judicial que incluya la fianza de $3,000, también que incluya su próxima fecha ante el tribunal y también la dirección, firmarla, la que aparece en el informe de arresto.
How did I get over here?
I can send it to Judge De La O to sign on your behalf, Judge.
All right, we can do that.
Se la va a enviar al juez de la O para que de este juez.
So Mr. Padron Marchetti should know that the order will be sent to corrections either by the end of today or early tomorrow. Once that is sent to corrections, he will be able to post his bond. He must tell his bondsman that the bond will not be updated in the computer. The bond amount will be on an court order with his jail card.
Okay, thank you. Bien, entonces el señor Padrón Márquez debe saber que la orden judicial será enviada a los agentes carceleros para fines del día de hoy o mañana y que en ese momento usted entonces podrá pagar la fianza, pero la fianza no va a aparecer en la orden judicial, sino que va a ser según la ficha carcelera.
And this is
All right, thank you, Judge. See everyone tomorrow.
Wait, did you, Mr. Marquetti, wait a second.
Diga, señor.
That information on the tape.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Does he acknowledge receipt of the information? Does he understand what was stated?
¿Usted entiende la
Sí,
información
lo
que se
entiendo,
dio?
pero no se preocupe que yo voy a aparecer ahí, no se preocupe, si lo quiero salir de este problema porque no sabía que me estaba pasando.
Yes, don't worry. I do understand. Don't worry, I will be there. I just want to get this problem over with. I just didn't know about it.
As long as you understand what the rules are and what the order was said. Thank you. Have a good day.
Gracias, que tenga buen día.
I think I'm just wrong.
It's by the time.